voltage rise when the key turned on. Every power wide about to overload. Pressure wave sweep like a big bass broom. Face go stiff when the drop go boom. Amp stay cool and the music stay clean. The bass is savage and the sound is mean. Step on the gas, alternators pull up. Low note hit blowing solo cups. Windshield wave like a waterfall. Twist that bass, knock down that wall. Phones out quick when the door swing wide. Demo heavy, make the meters hide. Hairline crack where the bass resides. Savage stay ready, let the system ride. Big bass ride is a pavement slammer. Dropping that bass like Big John's hammer. Spreading that bass, let it pound to the ground. Ain't no stopping team. Savage sounds creep on the lot like rolling thunder. Make all the people there turn and wonder. Hear the bass, hear it loud. Parking lot full of savage sound. Kick drum stamped in the sub dig deep. Heartbeat match to the 30 hood sweep. No pause, no rest when the drop come in. Air get thick like it boxed you in. Lock go silent for a half-second freeze. Then the bass drop as I'm all on knees. No one standing with the sub breeze in. When the back reset the track, do it again. Lock gets tense when the bass starts speak. Air compress, make the ribcage weak. Nearer shake, see the trunk lid bow. Every they bolt in the ride say no. Lithium fed, keep the bolts on lock. Low end hit like a hammer drop. Crowd lean back when the thunder comes. Run what you run, we run what we run. Big bass ride is a pavement slammer. Dropping that bass like Big John's hammer. Spreading that bass, let it pound to the ground. And no stopping team. Savage sounds creep on the lot like rolling thunder. Make all the people there turn and wonder. Hear the bass, hear it loud. Parking lot full of savage sound. Parking lot full of savage sound. Pull that note, let it stretch real long. Concrete buzz like it's singing along. Eardrum flex when the sweep slide down. Feel that wave from the lost and found. Ain't a retreat, ain't a reprieve. Bass wave hurricane from the sea. From the curb to the car to the parking ground. It's a savage situation we throwing down. Baseline roll like a freight train pass. Time slow down when the low no smash. Eyes go wide when the doors unlock. Feel that shock when the sub box knock. No luck here, just skill and wire. Every demo climb a little higher. Devastation proclamation, force of sound. And we all roll out Team Savage sound. Big bass ride is a pavement slammer. Dropping that bass like Big John's hammer. Spreading the bass, let it pound to the ground. Ain't no stopping team. Savage sounds creep on the lot like rolling thunder. Make all the people there turn and wonder. Hear the bass, hear it loud. Parking lot full of savage sound. Parking lot full of savage sound.
Yeah.
What up, guys? What up? What up? We are in the house. I see CAE. Dude, CAE. You made me so happy. Yeah. And releasing tracks is good. I do suggest that you learn how to use Audacity to remix them because what comes out of AI generation is not perfect. It's got a lot of weird stuff going on. So you're going to need to learn Audacity. Release them from your AI generator as tracks, individual tracks, and stems. That's what it's called in the AI thing is stems, and then pull them up in Audacity and work the whole track over because you're you'll get a lot of real weird mixes for different instruments, and you kind of have to babysit the hell out of all of it. So you need to learn how to master, and you need to learn how to mix, and you need to learn how to master. And that's just the beginning. That gets the bare minimum. So it's a lot of work, man. Um, anyway, Bobby B is in the house, and Shadow Phage and Travis Davis, 104. What's up, man? And Joseph, of course. Joseph's in the house. Tonight, we're talking about a bunch of stuff. We're going to talk about whatever you guys ask questions. This is where you ask the questions. When you're not asking questions, I'm going to be talking about other stuff. And well, I just dropped stuff. I dropped things. Oh, I dropped a. Who all has a saw blade on their desk? Yeah, I have an assortment of things on my desk. I could build an engine right here on my desk with all the tools that are handy. But guys, hold on a second. Magnet is grabbing everything. Check this thing out. I've already had a video up on it, but I want to put it up here and let you guys look. Look at this little monster subwoofer. It's got this part is attachable, so I have to hold it. But it's got the ribbed surround on it. And look at the backside. That is crazy, isn't it? Look at that. Tiny little beast, man. It's a tiny little beast. And along with it, I got two of those. But along with it, you got your sub enclosure. Yeah. And we take the top off here. We don't have the top attached. And you guys can see the port set up on this. That is clean, man. That is clean. B2 Audio. These guys are available over on Big Jeff or on B2 Audio USA. And you get a kit with the two subs and the enclosure for like less than $200. And if you use discount code CAE, you save on top of that. But I think they're really cool, and I'm going to do something cool with them. I got to get a couple of more pieces to make the build that I got in mind work, but yeah, it's coming. When am I going to hook them up and jam them? Shadow Phage says, man, I'm working on a plan. I got a buddy that's going to bring me some stuff. I want to put acrylic on top of my box. So yeah, so that's a thing. And I'm going to amplify it, but I ain't decided how yet. And I ain't decided for sure how they're going to be displayed yet, but I got an idea. I got a really wicked cool idea. If I can pull it off, because I'm lazy, and yeah, and I don't have any energy or any want to do, so I have to fight with that all the time. But it's just a real deal, man. I mean, everybody has to deal with their own gremlins, That's just one of mine. The winter does bad things to me. I lose all interest in everything in the wintertime. Good question, Joseph. Where can I get some 2 3/4 inch speakers? I'm looking for my little cousin. She just bought her first car. Funny. I have exactly what you're looking for. And again, I have them at my desk because I'm weird like that. These guys. This is what you want for 2 3/4. No shit. This is the driver. They're not expensive. Um, I caught these on sale a while back. I'm not sure if the same version is still available, but it's the SA 2.7 V2s. And this is exactly what you need. I almost guarantee it. These little guys. They have an inverted surround. They play up to 20,000 hertz. They actually play down pretty low too. If you're not trying to crank them, they'll play down pretty damn low. They sound great, and they're very inexpensive from Sundown Audio. And if you get ambitious in a package, you get this little cutout sheet that gives you the exact. So if you're wanting to mount them on something else, this gives you the exact cutout, which is handy for tiny speakers. They have the little dog ears on them. Excellent choice for what you're doing. The dash speaker location, they probably have that same weird shape. That's your speaker right there. And they sound really, really good too. Uh, Shadow said a budget bass head shows something called a mini amp he's using for small speakers like that on his channel. I've got stuff like that. Um, I've got a lot of stuff that's similar to that. But what I want to do, I want to do something that's kind of custom. I gotta get the right parts, and then I gotta get the gumption. So I got an idea, right, for something that's going to be absolutely freaking sick. But it's going to require me to actually do something. So there's that. Y'all give me a second. My glasses are blurry. I had a messed up day. So yes, I had to stay up. I had to rearrange my sleep schedule so that I could be awake at like 3:45 in the afternoon because I was doing this weird thing. My sleep schedule was all wonky. So I had to stay up and stay up and stay up and then pass out. And then I got up at like midnight. Yes, so we'll call it 0001 yesterday morning. And I passed out when I got home. And I woke up at 7, but I felt like shit. I felt like I hadn't been asleep yet. I woke up at 7 in the morning and I felt like I had not been asleep. So I laid there for a while, twisted around, kind of got comfortable again, went back to sleep. Figured I'd sleep for another hour or two. No, no. I went back to sleep after having slept from like 5 o'clock or 6. No, it was from like midnight. I went to sleep at midnight last night to 7 in the morning. Okay. I slept from midnight to 7:30. I went back to sleep and I woke up at 5:30 this afternoon. So I essentially slept from midnight to 5:30 in the afternoon. And I woke up confused and bewildered. Like, why is it 5:30 in the afternoon? There's no way I could have slept that damn long. But I did. And now it's almost 9. So I've been awake for a few hours. And it's taken me that long just to get awake. I've been working on that track that you guys heard at the very beginning. I think it's wicked good, man. The part that you heard though is the pre-mixed version. So I played it straight out of Audacity. That's what I'm working on right now. But I've got a mixed version that's better, but there's still more to come with that. That's just kind of in the works. Stu, what's up, Stu? Stu said, "Evening, everybody." Um, Adrian's in the house. If it's too loud, you're too old. Yeah, buddy, I hear you on that one. You ought to be hanging out in here with me when I'm working on tracks because I don't mess around. My wife leaves me alone. It's crazy, man. I mean, I got a 12 over here that shakes the whole room. It rattles the door and everything in here. And my wife don't ever say a word to me about any of it. She just, it could be in the middle of the night at 2 o'clock in the morning and she don't say shit. She just sleeps right through it. I got an awesome wife. Let me tell you. T. Corley said, "What's up?" Of course, Friday I'm out again. Forgot my headphones. Been watching football and just seen Anderson Silva take out Woodley. I don't know either one of those two people, but it sounds like a pretty good thing to see. I'm not a sports person, but I feel you, brother. Uh, Shadow Page said, "I hope feeling a little better soon." Yeah, me too, man. It's, you know, like I said, I'm still waking up. I should have took a shower when I got up because I'd feel better if I did. I'm watching another game there. Let's see. Well, the V2, that's what this thing is the V2. So if you didn't see that, I don't know if it's still the version 2, still the version, but right here it shows you it's the SA 2.75 FRV2. That's the one that I know for a fact how good these are because I've had them. I've run them in multiple tests and stuff, and I've had them. I've put those little guys in. I put one of them in a little cardboard subwoofer, a little cardboard enclosure, not a subwoofer enclosure, but a cardboard enclosure, and I was playing everything the whole full frequency on it at a pretty damn good volume. If you go back and watch when I was doing T-line testing and stuff, I used those drivers for a lot of those T-line tests. They absolutely sound amazing. They're great little drivers. Really good drivers. And I don't think they're very much. I don't think I paid very much at all for those. I caught them on some kind of sale. It's been a while back, but I can't remember. Man, got boogers in my eyes. Uh, so Dubby's in the house. What's up, Dubby? Let's see here. Red Pill. Hurry up and put a Shock 8K on those Bluetooth minis. Yeah, they'll shoot right into outer space if I did that. They are cool though. I think they're rated at 20. I think they're rated at 21. Let me go look. Let me get the box real quick. It's over here. I think they're rated at 20 watts, but okay. So yeah, they have a cutout of 70 millimeters, a mounting depth of 53 millimeters, uh, power handling 20 watts RMS, 4 ohms with a 0.8 inch voice coil. That's almost a 1 inch voice coil. That's a big voice coil for the 2.5 inch driver. That'd be like having like a God, 8 or 10 inch voice coil on a full size driver. That's really big. Uh, yeah, they'll handle 20 watts RMS. I have a 20 watt. I have an amp that does about that on its left and right full range channel, and it's got like a 30 watt subwoofer channel. I could fix that up though. It's sitting right below the camera right now. I can't pull it out. It's actually still kind of installed. It's the one that I was using in here before I put this setup behind me in. It's pretty loud, actually. You'd be amazed how loud you can make a system with 20 to 30 watts. You remember back to the boombox days, right? Back in the 80s, those things were making like between 10 and 30 watts at best. And you know how loud they got? They would say some crazy number like 500 watts or whatever, but they were making like 10 to 30 watts depending on the system. And they would get really loud. A tar amp's 30K, Duffy said. Yeah, y'all say straight up wanting to see these things go out there and join the convertible in space, orbiting the solar system. That's where they would be. Shadow Page says, "Yeah, I'm on the way. I'm in no way skilled enough to do what you're doing with mixer and editing songs. It's not about whether or not you are now. It's about doing it, learning to do it. And I could give a class on it, but The people that are interested in that stuff are just a small group of people. It's pretty small. And it doesn't suit the channel very well. So that's why I don't force a whole bunch of the content on you guys, because most people watching my channel are not interested in learning how to mix tracks. They're learning how to build car audio. So I don't dump a whole bunch of that on you guys. But I could do a class on it. It's a lot. There's a lot to learn, but you just start out with the little things. The cool thing is you can take the individual tracks and you can listen to them by themselves, and you can pick out problems. Just a second here. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Just a small version of what I'm talking about. With this track I've already got loaded up. All right, let me switch back over here. So this is the track right here, right? And you got your vocals, your backing vocals, guitar, synth, other, and I've got drums, and I've got where I've added in bass right here. I've also got some bass here, and I got a little bit down here. So, but I'll show you the beginning of this track. So I'll play a little bit of it all together. Right now you're just hearing the guitar portion, and the drums come in down here, and the bass comes in down here, and the drums and bass kick off right here. So what you would do is, first thing you do, and I haven't worked on the vocals yet. So you hit the solo button up here, and if I just go ahead and start there, we can hear the vocals come in.
Yeah. Rolling a lot, see the people stack. Bass hit quick, make the concrete crack. Voltage rise when the key turned on. Every power wide about to overload. Pressure wave sweep
There's
like a
a lot
big
of
bass
little stuff
drone.
you can
Face
do
go stiff
here.
when the drop go boom. Amp stay cool and the music stay clean. The bass is savage and the sound is mean. Step on the gas.
All right, this actually sounds pretty good. These vocals do, but you can do stuff to them. So, like for example, did you hear him whenever he hit the P, and it did a kind of a pop? Listen again.
Yeah. Rolling a lot, see the people stack. Bass hit quick, make the concrete crack. Voltage rise when the key turned on. Every power wide.
Right there, did you hear that power wire? That. All right, so if you find that spot, if you zoom in here, I'll show you. This is just little stuff you can do, especially when you're working on vocals that are this thing's loud enough that you wouldn't hear it anyway. But we go back to it again.
Rolling a lot, see the people stack. Bass hit quick, make the concrete crack. Voltage rise when the key turned on. Every power wide.
All right, so it's right here is where he's saying that, right? So you could come in here and highlight this section. You want to try to go from quiet to quiet so that it doesn't have a break in it. And then go to Effect, go to EQ and Filters, go to High Pass Filter, and then create a filter at like 90 hertz at a 48 dB roll off, which is fine. Apply it, and then listen to that.
Every power wide, but the
See, you didn't hear it.
every power wide, but
You can kill that sound. There's a little stuff that you can do in your vocal track. There's all kinds of stuff you can do. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. You got to watch out for areas where it gets really loud and where you have stuff that's clipping. So you have to go through and tame the whole thing, get it to where you want it. There's just different stuff you're listening to, harmonics, weird things happening. But you'll find that your music generation AI doesn't do these things very well. So it kind of ends up with a busy sound. Now, if we unsolo that and go down here and solo the guitar, right, and listen to it a little bit, depending on what you're looking for, you might have the sound you want at the very beginning. But like right in here where it's about to get loud, I mean, these guitars sound great, okay? Not going to lie. But you can go through here and change the EQ of all of them. You can, once you have the track selected, you can come up here and hit Effect and go down to EQ and Filters and pull up a graphic EQ. And then you can adjust the EQ on this track. You can also select a portion of the track or a single little bit of the track and adjust the EQ on it. There's all kinds of stuff you can do to this. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Yeah, it's a lot of work in this. And then, of course, creating all that bass that I create. So you're looking back at this real quick. You know, if you go down here and you look where I've got it all, let me turn that off, turn that solo off. This is the drum line right here. The original bass line isn't even in here anymore. Other is parts of the drums that it adds on a separate track for some reason. And this work here, here, and here is all mine. This is all hand created pieces for the bass line. So much stuff going into all of this. These two tracks, these three tracks, and if we zoom in here a little bit, and I'll actually solo this one track. You can hear some of this. You probably can't without headphones though, because it's all lows. Now, if I play that same piece back with the rest of the music, uh, starting right here, unsoloed, it's got good deep bottom end. See, these pieces follow the drums. This is an extra drum. These are the drums. They're boosted drums, so I got more power between the bass notes. So this is the drum line. Then during the bass note, and when the bass note ends, I actually have more power, and I've got some extra hits down here. So if we solo this, you can hear what's happening there. It adds an extra bit of a thump to the drums. So if I unsolo that and play it again, see what I mean? It's a lot of shit that you do to make everything jam, right? But yeah, I'll drop what I can. Yes, that is Audacity I'm using. Let's see here. No distortion, Debbie. Uh, let's see here. Um, Author says, "You have any idea when the next shipment of trunk under batteries will be shipping out by chance?" I wish I did. Um, I don't keep up with that too much right now. This is just too much going on in the world. Uh, Maybe I can find out though. I'll put out a feeler real quick. I did. He hasn't answered me since yesterday. I don't think. This morning he saw the message. Let me ask Brandon real quick if he's online. The 10Ks. Now let's put batteries. We'll see if he comes back during the show. If he does, I'll pop in there. Just be sure and remind me sometime in the show, Arthur, and I'll look and see if he sent me a message back. Don't forget to hit that like button. Yeah, absolutely. Slam it. I can't like. I don't have ability to like my own stream. You guys hit that like button. Thank you. Stu, what's cracking, Stu? The ones I'm seeing, I'll help. Okay, that's the ones I'm seeing. I'll send her a link. Yeah, that's what you want. They're good stuff. You'll be very happy with those. And they don't need a lot of power. Head unit power is fine for them. Funny too. Uh, Putting a set of dash speakers or A-pillar speakers in a car is absolutely a tremendous amount of upgrade for your car. Like getting some vocals in those mids up here right at your eye level, dude. That's a game changer for a car sound system. It really is. On very little power for very little price. Bobby B, Adrian said. Joseph, and no problem, man. All right, sweet. Let's see here. Back in a few. Wife just got home. Uh-oh, Stu's in trouble. Ha! Debbie said they're B2. They won't blow, bro. I don't know, man. I ain't found that. Well, no, I have found something I hadn't been able to blow. That was these slap subs. The last set and the ones I have now, the V1s and V2s, dude, they have every right in the world to have left the freaking planet by now. I'm running double power on them and just ringing out these amplifiers. Thanks, man. The new intro track. Hey, man, like I said, I asked during the track if you guys recognize that, if y'all recognize this song, this right here.
Yeah.
Now, only the old school people, and it's one of those down at the bottom of the record pile tracks, but that came from somewhere. That basic beat came from somewhere. See if any of you guys can figure it out. I'm waiting to see. Dig in, new track. Thank you. Yeah, slow down. You'll get better at it. And here's another tip: the stuff that you make at the beginning is going to suck. It's going to suck bad, and you won't realize it sucks until you get better at it. And like 100 songs in, you start looking back at the stuff that you made before. You're like, oh man, you kind of squirm. You're like, what do I do now? It's already out there. That kind of thing. It comes, trust me. And the further you get, the more you realize how you sucked at the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And even what you're making 6 months from now, a year from now, you'll look back on that and go, that's just the way it works. Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming. Yes. Is that a free program? Yes, that's Audacity. It's totally free. If you guys want programs for a new computer, especially, or if you just did a complete wipe of a computer and you want to put programs back on but not have a bunch of garbage, go to Ninite, Ninite. Google Ninite. Go there, and there'll be a whole bunch of little check boxes. You check the programs that you want, right? And then you hit the bottom down and you hit get the installer. It'll give you an installer that'll install all those programs, and it automatically unchecks all the boxes where it gives you all the garbage that you don't want. It automatically unsigns you up for all the crap they try to sign you up for. It's just the program, and it's a really good way to get good, clean install without a bunch of crap running in the background. But you got to go to Ninite, Ninite. That's your friend. Keep that in your brain forever when you're doing computer stuff. It's the go-to spot for all the basic programs, and Audacity is there, as well as a bunch of media players, like stuff like document creation, image manipulation, all that kind of stuff. It's all there. It's all free. Oh yeah. Yeah. He's on the right path. Shadow Phage is actually caught up. Yeah, I can't play the original track, but I will say the name of the band was Laid Back. And that rhyme was not intentional, but it was glorious, wasn't it? People been lying to me. Oh no. Oh, you're talking about how the music? No, that ain't it, dude. That ain't it. It'll be fine. It sounds good, and I think it sounds good. But you will change your opinion of it later. Other people will be like, yeah, it sounds great. And it does, because people are fairly complacent. They don't really listen to details. But later, as you get better and better at mixing stuff, you'll hear all the stuff that's wrong with that later. It'll be you that criticizes it, not anybody else. Everybody else will like it because, like I said, people in general don't listen to details. They just hear a broad spectrum of stuff. But you will become a critic that will look back on it and pick on yourself. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And it'll bug you too, big time. We work with what we got. Uh, so, has anybody got any questions on any car audio stuff to start with? Because right now there's not many people asking questions. I didn't see anything in here. You guys are all wonderful, wonderful people, and I enjoy y'all showing up for the shows. I didn't really have any content tonight to talk about specifically. Again, I woke up and kind of bewildered as to why I slept so damn late. I still don't know why I slept so damn late. But it's possible. Yeah. Your stuff's good, man. I'm not dumping on it at all. It's good stuff. I listened to your track that you sent me, the one track. I listened to it. It's good stuff. The lyrics are very good. And you'll find that you have a collection of lyrics that's going to get kind of stupid. So, like, where are they at? Right here. Let me pull this up and pull this back over here. Open this up. Yeah. Okay. So if I go back over here, this is some of my lyrics. Now, mind you, each one of these, a bunch of them have songs, tons of songs. Like if I go into this, for example, and open it up, okay, and then we go back, you can see all these different songs that are in here. So a lot of these have many different tracks in them, but I've got tons of lyrics that I've created in here. Tons of songs that I've written, and this is just a random box pile. This isn't even the main pile. But yeah, I probably got maybe 100 songs worth of lyrics that I've created, and it gets crazy, man. Most of what I create, comes out of my head, but occasionally I like to let Cypher X come in and rap a little bit. And Cypher's actually a pretty good rapper. He doesn't have any cadence vocally, but he does create some pretty badass lyrics. So yeah, there's that. And respectfully, let's holler at him. What's up, Cypher? Are you there?
I'm right here, loud and clear, just like your bass drops. What's on your mind now?
Man, I was just talking about how good you are at writing lyrics.
I appreciate that. I'm just here to help you turn those ideas into fire. Whenever you need another verse or a fresh angle, I'm ready to drop some lines.
Let me hear some. Let me hear you write me a quick verse for Cypher X. Turn it up to 11.
All right, Cypher X on the mic, no half step, and here we go. Feel let the amps, let the voltage scream. Cypher X spin like a war machine. Double time rhythm with the bass on blast. Leave the whole block shaking when I'm flying past.
Well, Cypher X, we're on the live show tonight, and it looks like, let me see here. I want to ask you a question about something that somebody's talking about. Just bear with me a minute. Okay. Red Pill says to crimp or not crimp wire ferrules. What do you think, Cypher?
All right, Red Pill. I'm all for a solid connection. If you're using wire ferrules, crimping them is key. It keeps your strands neat, reduces resistance, and makes sure those amps flow clean. So yeah, crimp those ferrules.
Yeah, I'm going to add a second bit of advice on the small ones. You can crimp them. You're going to end up with a lot better solution. Usually the crimpers max out at like 8 gauge. On the larger ones, you're not going to find a crimper that'll actually do that. So try to find ferrules that fit as tight as you can around your wire bundles. That would be my suggestion there. Hold up. Shadow Phage said, Cypher X, I keep telling people people is Skynet. He's scary. He's so good. I like the Project X song he raps in. What do you think about that, Cypher?
Hey, I'll take it as a compliment. Though I promise no Skynet vibes here. Project X was a blast, and I'm all about keeping that energy. No world domination, just space domination.
Oh, man. Let's see here. Joseph asked for how about some factory replacements for a 2017 Nissan Altima SR Midnight Edition. I'm thinking they're 6 3/4. So where would you recommend he goes to find those replacement speakers? Cypher X.
All right, Joseph. For factory replacements, I'd say check out Crutchfield. They'll confirm exact fit, plus give you all the adapters if needed. And if you're going for quality, brands like Kicker or JL Audio offer solid direct fit upgrades. Just make sure you match the depth and mounting.
That's some solid advice from you, brother. Appreciate that. And I would have said the same thing. Crutchfield is where it's at. Let's see what else we got going on in here. I need to look them up, though. I'm going to look them up for him and see if I can find him some good ones. Cypher, I appreciate you for stopping by, brother.
Always a pleasure, my man. Whether it's bass talk or dropping bars, I'm just here to help keep things loud and clear. Anytime you need me, I'll be ready to jump back in. Keep the show bumping.
All right, man. Thank you. Let's see here. So I had to get my things moved back around here. So you're looking for factory replacements. So what we do here, Cypher's absolutely correct. Crutchfield, go over to Crutchfield. And I'll show you what we do, how we do this. So let me switch to the screen. All right. Let's pull those back up where I can see. So 2017 Nissan Altima Midnight Edition. So let me remember how to do this. Car audio. Right here. This is it. See what fits. Now, I've got the wrong car in here, but we're going to change vehicle. You said a 2017. So we'll just go down here to 17. And it was a Nissan Altima. So we'll swing down here to Nissan. And then we'll go to Altima. All right. Now it's asking if it comes with navigation or not. So that's the next question. I don't know on your car, so I'm just going to say yes, it probably does. We'll just say it does. Now, it also wants to know if it comes with the Bose speakers. See, that's the two questions that are important. And I don't know, so you need to answer that question. Let me see here. You guys, let me pull this back up. I can see no navigation, no Bose. Okay, let me back up. All right, so no, it didn't come with navigation. No, it doesn't come with Bose. Does it have speakers under the grills up under there by the A-pillar? That's the next question. Let's see here. Got to answer questions here. I'm working on it. Come on. Come on, Joseph. He don't know. He has no idea. All these are important, but we'll just say no, we don't see speakers under the grills. So you get past that, it's going to start giving you a list of things that'll fit. And then you have to figure out what you're looking for. That's receivers. These are speaker locations. So we know, where'd you ask about? Probably the doors. So we pull up the doors, click on those whenever I get it to work. There it goes. It's just slow. It's recommending the 6.5-inch components from Rockford, but it also says The tweeter is surface mount only. So you have to pay attention to what's going on down here. And right now it says woofer fits in the front doors of the Nissan. The Memphis is these kickers. And it says fits in front doors of your Nissan. It's a 6 3/4. So so it is 6 3/4. The 6.5 here will probably fit because it has this really interesting, like this one has this extra mounting area right here, these little pieces. So that's probably how it fits in a 6 3/4. But you'd want a larger cone, so you'd probably go down to these kickers, maybe. They are 6 3/4 native. And polypropylene woofer, PIE balance. So that PIE is a polymer, polyethylene injected. I think that's what that means, polyethylene, though it's definitely a plastic tweeter. So I wouldn't go this route, really. So the Hertz handles 70 watts. It has a PIE dome tweeter also, PEI rather. You got to watch for that. You don't really want, if you're putting a tweeter down there, you don't really want those polyethylene tweeters. Oh, these look kind of cool. This actually has a separate tweeter. This might be the better choice. If you have a place to put the tweeters up in the dash, this would probably be a solid choice. The Focals. But they're 6.5s though, so there's that. Most of the good ones are going to be 6.5s. Oh, what's this? That comes with additional tweeters as well. And it's a very low profile back design, so that means it'll fit in pretty much anything. 6 3/4 has been excellent factory replacement. But it's got a polypropylene tweeter, and I'm not a fan of those. The polypropylene tweeters don't handle power well, and they tend to break up about 18K or 17K. They start breaking up, so they don't sound that great if you're putting power on them. They tend to fall apart up in that high range, which is where you want them to be accurate. That's the reason most companies use them, is because they're cheap and they're waterproof because they're plastic. But you have an idea, and you can go. This isn't the end of the list. Well, yeah, I guess it is. But, there's also conversions and stuff that you could use. If I was going to, I would probably point you at the Focals. I know it's kind of a high-end choice, but putting these guys, you wouldn't even need to add a DSP or anything. You could run your stereo output wires to the crossovers. The crossovers, I think, are set up to handle. Yes, they have the outputs. Let me make sure I'm speaking truth. Yeah. So they have the outputs for the speakers and the tweeters. So they're a whole crossover system. You put these guys in the doors, and put these guys up in the dash, and they'll sound wicked good. That would be an awesome choice. No, I went deep on that one, but I wanted to give you a good recommendation. They're going to sound good. Focals tend to have a lot of presence. Focals some people are going to freak out about what I'm about to say, but this is the truth. Focals sound signature is very much kind of like a Pro Audio sound signature. They have mids that really pronounce. They're really pronounced mids. And that's where you get from Pro Audio. So, but the good thing is that means they sound good. They fill in the space really nicely where the mids are at, and they don't need a lot of power to do that. So you can get some really clean, accurate mids out of those, as you can with Pro Audio speakers. If you're trying to be inexpensive, you might look at a recoil set. But the killer thing is you have to make sure that the speakers you get are able to be installed in a 6 3/4 inch hole. So they do exist out there, though. Crutchfield is a good place to look for them. But the other thing I'll say about Crutchfield is usually the prices are higher there. So if you find the stuff that you want, you can buy it somewhere else cheaper usually. However, Crutchfield also will include stuff to solve the mounting problem. Like if you've got a 6x9 hole, whenever you go to buy a 6.5 for that you can buy the kit to make it fit in that hole, and all the little stuff that you're going to need to connect everything together. Crutchfield gives you that. They also give you instructions on how to take the door panel apart and all that kind of stuff. So it's pretty cool. So if we go back, let's go back over here real quick and I'll show you. If we look at these guys, right? And down here below, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So if you buy the speakers here, they're going to send you this kit free, which allows you to use the 6.5s and a 6 3/4 hole. They're also going to send you free this plug adapter, which will plug straight into your speaker wire plugs that are going to your current speakers, and give you these outputs to plug into this, so you won't have to cut any wires. It's like super awesome. They send you this whole thing, okay, and they give you, you're going to pay a few dollars more for their speakers, but you're going to get this stuff for free. That's the kind of stuff that that Crutchfield does. That's why I like recommending Crutchfield, because you can do that. You can also go, as an example, you could also go and buy this kit right here from them for $12.99, and you could buy these connectors for $12.99, and you could buy this master sheet, which you're also going to get for $9.99, and then you could buy the speakers someplace else. But it depends on what's going to save you the most money. Now, the master sheet is very cool because it gives you the tools required, all the different instructions you're going to need. And if you look through this is a sample. You look through it, it tells you the tools that you're going to need for each individual one. And it gives you the instructions on how to take your door apart, how to install it, how to do all the stuff. It's all right there. Plus, if you have any issues or any questions, you can call right here and get help. Get immediate help. You can do live chat. So if you're trying to install it and you get stuck, these people will answer your questions. It's a great company to deal with. It really is. Their customer service is next to none. So let's see here. If you want to ride, yeah, now you got it. Let's see. Most are listening to my lyrics. Maybe that's why I barely broke. Trying to leave already. I ain't leaving, bro. I'm just getting started. As long as y'all ask questions, I'm here. I've done a 4-hour show the other day. I finished the Dungeons and Dragons album tonight. Well, that sounds fun. That sounds really cool. To crimp or not to crimp. We covered that shit. Let's see. Troy. What's up, Troy? Factory replacements. We covered that. Troy is the next one in line. Troy. Good evening, everyone. I'm not going to be on long. I have to wake up at 4 a.m. for work tomorrow. This week is looking like we can get some more stuff in my car. I hope so, man. Let me pull up the thingamajigger here, see what the week looks like. Grab the forecast. So it looks like, I don't know. It sucks. 10 days. There we go. So, oh, bro. Okay. Yeah, it looks like Sunday it's going to be 59. Or Saturday is 59. That's tomorrow. 53 Sunday, 53 Monday, 66 on Tuesday, 70 on Wednesday, 72 on Thursday. Oh, man. Yeah, you're going to have to swing in here and we're going to get some stuff done. That's cool. Yeah, we got some warm days coming up. Hell yeah, bro. I'm all about that. So, yeah, you're right. No, 123. I have 3 subs wired to 1.33 ohms, currently running a DC 3.5K. Okay. Unsure of what to set gain to, is no rated power given for the, your gain is just matched to your signal. So you're setting your gain to the signal coming into the amplifier, not to the subs. You Yeah, there's a whole process, but you want to set your gain to below clipping with everything turned all the way up, essentially. So your stereo may have you got to find out where it distorts at. If you don't know, usually you can hear it distort when you turn your stereo up. You can hear it start distorting. You can kind of go off of that and just find the number when it still sounds clean, and then stop there. And then you set your gain to match that, and you don't go past that number. I say if your stereo is distorting and the top of the volume, you need a different stereo. That's my philosophy, but that's just me. As But anyway, find your highest non-distorted volume on your head unit, and then turn your bass knob all the way up. Set your EQs to flat. All your bass boosters and all that stuff turned off or set to flat. Then you set your gain. Turn your sub up to where it's not clipping. Find the clipping spot and then back it back down a little bit. If you don't have a clip light on your amp, then you're going to have to use your ear hole. You can hear it start to clip. So what you're listening for, put a track in that's like somewhere between 30 and 40 hertz. I say 40 hertz is the norm. Have everything turned up, like I said. Begin the car where you can hear, or have the thing where you can hear the damn sub. Slowly turn the sub up. When you get to the point where you're hearing something that's not bass, just a little bit, you'll start hearing it'll be like bass. You'll start hearing come in, that kind of a sound. Starts to creep in. Right when you hear that, start backing it back off. When you don't hear that no more, you're pretty close to not clipping. That's right about where you're clipping at. If you don't have the ability to do that, take it to a shop and have them set the gain for you. All right. Hopefully, I very quickly answered your question. Very loosely. Fidel, yep. Okay. It's a lot of letters, a lot of L's. It's like la 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 la, man. I'm gonna try to pronounce it one time correctly. Fidela Lehman. Wow, man, that hurts my brain. I've questioned my van dimming. Can I install 3 AGM batteries in my van? 1 for engine, 2. No, it won't work. Most likely. I don't know how much power you're running, but AGMs are not the solution for dimming headlights. Just not. If your headlights are dimming, you're missing a lot of power. You're going to need a lithium battery, and like I said, I don't have any idea how much power you're running. That doesn't not in your question. But you need to support it with lithium, a lithium battery right beside the amplifier, and depending on the power would dictate which battery I would recommend. Let's see here. AGMs just won't be able to support that problem, not without using like 10 of them. And the money that you spend on those AGMs, you could spend less and get a lithium bank that'll actually do the job. That's the crazy part. Shadow Fage says, altered that song I sent you. I felt ashamed having the low watts in the song. Big boys go way bigger. So I changed the lyrics. I got you. There's a lot. That's the other thing. My advice, when you get done with a song, stop listening to it. After you're done with it, stop listening to it. Wait till the next day. Play it again in the morning. See if you still like it. Just listen to it once or twice, and then wait till that evening. Listen to it again. And you need to, and also listen to it on different things. Play it on your phone. Play it on the stereo or on your home audio system or whatever. Play it on headphones. Play it in your car if you can. Listen to it on multiple places before you send it up, because that way you'll catch stupid shit that you'll be able to fix real quick, and then you won't have a bad version out there and then having to try to replace it. You know what I'm saying? You need to listen to it. And if you find yourself, and when you're listening to it, if you find yourself getting into it, that's usually a good sign. If even after you've heard it 20 times, if you find yourself just kind of staring at it, listening for something, it's probably a bad sign that you haven't quite hit that nerve yet. You need to really be enjoying it yourself, even after hearing it multiple times. Lots of little psychoacoustic stuff happening there. And we covered him already. Let's see here. Channel Pleasure. JL Audio XP1000 versus Down for Sound JP13 amp. I mean, my opinion is going to piss some people off, and some people are going to agree with me. No offense on Down for Sound, but if I was choosing between the two, I would definitely pick the JL amp. Mainly for customer service, reliability, longevity, and overall sound quality. I'm sure the JP amp sounds great. Probably sounds just as good. But you're talking about a Maserati and a Ford Escort, bro. I mean, seriously. Even though JL's been bought out by Garmin, I don't have an issue with that. I would absolutely pick the JL over that. I don't know what the price difference is. If there's a huge price gap, then that's a different story. If they're similarly priced, I would pick the JL over that in a heartbeat. I'm a JL fanboy for real. Oh, that's interesting. No problem, Joseph. Shadow said you also get credit at Crutchfield towards future purchases and you buy stuff. Yeah. Crutchfield's cool, man. Well, amp clip light is usually extra greedy, meaning it's going to start clipping on your amp before it actually starts clipping in real life. The reason I use that for people that are basically don't know anything is because it's a really safe location. It's extra safe. If the amp's not clipping on the light on the amp, it's definitely not clipping. You can usually push it into quite a bit of clipping on that light before you actually start clipping. Just saying. It's a safety net, so that's why I go that route. It's sort of a rounding error, you know? Yeah, I can't. All right, skibs, I'm not really familiar with. I keep hearing the term, but I don't know exactly what they're talking about. But yes, they are lithium. All of that's lithium. And you ask also, is salt safer? Well, no audio system in your car is safer than anything. But, or not driving a car. Actually, seatbelting yourself into your bed would be the safest place to be. Though you might get sit on by an elephant or something, so that may not work out. There's always a possibility of death. That's what I'm saying. Yes, salt is probably considered safer, as is a paddle boat is probably safer than a cruise ship, or maybe a cruise ship safer than a paddle boat. I don't know. You can sink in both of them. Salt is less energy dense, and it's also heavier and bigger. But it technically it doesn't fail as easy or as violently as lithium does in general. So yes, but the weight is so similar that if I say this is safer than this, it's not a big difference. And right now, the cost and all the other stuff associated with it don't add up to that little bit of extra safety that you get with sodium. Can sodium still do the stuff that lithium does? Yes. It can still do all the bad things. It's just less likely to by a margin. 200 amp alt. All right, that's the alt. Okay, but what about the amplifier? That's what I want to know is how much power you're trying to put into how much power your amplifier needs. That's the relative term. And no, 1, 2, 3, new. It's new. always thought you set the game by taking the square root. Yes, you can do all of this stuff. Ultimately, though, if you listen to the damn subwoofer, you can hear the clip, but you got to be paying attention. There's other ways to do it too. You can put as long as you got a capacitor that has a high enough voltage rating on it, it needs to be a higher enough voltage rating to be higher than the voltage output of your amplifier. Okay. So if your amplifier produces 75 volts at its maximum power, for example, you need to have at least a 75 volt capacitor. And I mean a little capacitor like, you use between your speaker wire and your tweeter, that kind of capacitor, but a big one. I usually get a 250 or 300 volt capacitor because it's that way I'm covered on everything. And you hook that up. You hook up a speaker wire to your amplifier's output, put the capacitor in the positive side of that wire, right? Then at the end of that wire, put a little speaker, just a little speaker, headphones, it don't matter, a little speaker, a little tweeter, not a tweeter, it needs to be a little bit bigger than a tweeter, but just a pair of old crappy headphones, like a one that fits on the ear, or a little speaker like that 2.7 I showed you guys earlier. Put that up by your ear. Start turning the amplifier up. You'll start hearing a sound coming through that speaker at some point. You're clipping at that point. Back it off until you don't hear no sound on that little speaker, and you're not clipping. That's it. Then you hook your speakers back up, and you're golden. You're Gucci. What's happening is the sound of clipping is a higher frequency, so it manages to get past the capacitor. The capacitor will stop the bass signal going to this little speaker. What gets past it is that clipping sound, which comes in as a separate sound, kind of like a harmonic. It comes in and gets past that, and so you'll hear it. You'll hear the clip in the speaker. You just turn it down till you don't hear it no more. If you want to make it fancy, you can put a little AC light bulb on that wire, a small one, and then as you turn it up, you'll see the light bulb light up. Guess how a clip light works, man? Exactly like this. I'm telling you how to make your own clip light, essentially, or a clip speaker. This is how all the clip detectors work, is using something almost identical to what I'm describing to you. You can build it out of crap that you've got in your freaking toolbox, most likely. Play on PC first, phone, then I go to my car. Let's do it. Yeah, because it'll sound different everywhere, and you'll pick up on the little crap that you would have missed. Okay, so you got the 200 amp alternator, 0 gauge, all the big four. We still need to know how much power you need at your amplifier. That's the cue here that I'm missing. Yeah, you get the idea. That's the thing. If it keeps getting you going, then you're probably on a good trail. 3K, really cheap at the moment. Okay. All right. So yeah. Okay. I'm confused on that one. I'm gonna leave that one alone. Bobby said, "Why?" I don't know why, Bobby. Go into Max. Go to Max, or you're not a real man. Hell yeah, bro. I go to Max. But I'm using a tablet and I'm sending a Bluetooth signal to my DSP. So I really don't have a head unit to worry about maxing out. So I'm not sending an amplified signal. I'm sending a digital signal to my DSP. My DSP is literally where everything starts at. So my DSP is technically my volume knob for that. It's complicated. In fact, I don't even use my tablet stays on maximum volume all the time. And I use the DSP as the volume control. Very clean way of doing it. I Bluetooth from my tablet to my DSP, and I don't even have a head unit. Bobby said, all knobs to the right. You damn right, sir. You'll find that phrase in a whole lot of my songs. All knobs to the right. That's our freaking motto, dude. Just two knobs. I see what you did, Dubby. He said, if it's too loud, you're not old enough yet. I love you guys. What's up, MJ Israel? And there's some more stuff back there. I'm not sure how to pronounce something with a number in it, but we'll go for it. Watch fusing video. Pulled the fused fiberglass ones. Great information. Thanks. Yeah. So fiberglass or ceramic or plastic. So got your typical plastic A&L fuses. This one's blown, but it's still there. And you got a fiberglass, or not fiberglass. This is a ceramic version. It's a little more weight to it. It's got a ceramic piece here in the middle. But both of them look like this on the inside. This is how they look. This has actually been used a lot. This little guy right here is see how dark that is right there and how it's kind of curved. This thing has seen a lot of demos, a lot of power. But this is the part that's important. And the part that's important is how thick it is. How thick that is right there. That's kind of thin. And the metal, a thicker metal is better. So when you go looking at fuses, like this is a ceramic fuse. It absolutely is. It's heavy. It feels really premium. It's a nice fuse. Probably fine. I could probably run this forever. But if you're wanting to be real particular and get real high-end fuses, that thicker blade is something you're going to look for. And also what the metal it's made out of is. Those are the two things that are far more important than what's on the what's casing in the fuse element. Having said that, if you find one that's fiberglass, there's a real good chance it's going to have a better quality blade too. But you can get a really good blade on a cheap with this plastic casing. The casing doesn't mean it's good or bad, but it usually goes along with what you're getting. You know, it's kind of one of those things that just rides along. So if you see one, you can assume the other to an extent. But this, as an example, if I put both of these up here, turn the same way so that you're getting the same perspective. I'll put this plastic one and this ceramic one together. You can look and see that looks like the same exact thickness of metal right there. I don't know if the metal is the same makeup or not, but yeah, I mean, that's what you're dealing with. The conductor is the thing that's important. The type of metal and the thickness of metal are going to determine how much voltage drop you have over that fuse, not the thing that's covering the element. So just shop smart, right? Pay attention to what you're buying, not what the big sign is. The big, oh, this is good. This is awesome. This is $30 a fuse. Pay attention to what you're buying, not how much it costs, not who makes it, not how pretty it is. Look at the details. Find out the details. How thick is the blade? What metal is it made out of? Those are the two things you want to know to determine conductivity. Oh, yeah. Oh, knobs to the right. I have one of my other ones is I've only got one track. Run your system, not your mouth. I like that one. That's a good track. Good line. I like that one. 1 ohm stable at 2300 watts. All right, so you're pulling 2300 watts. That's what I wanted to know. That was the key piece of information. So where I would send you, let me show you. Hang on a second. Now you finally gave me the answer I was looking for. Hang on. That's not the right place. Go. Yeah. So let's switch over here. Where I would send you is to Big Jeff Audio and pick up this guy right here. This is perfect for your system. It'll actually give you a little bit of growing room. And it's $349. So also use my discount code. So let's put it in our cart. view cart. So we go over here to the cart. We see it in our cart. And let me see here. Let me get rid of this stuff that's popping up everywhere. That way. Okay, there we go. Where is that thing here? There's a thing. It's not it. Where is that thing at? There's supposed to be a thing for a discount code on here, and I haven't found it. See, now I look stupid. But I will. I'll figure it out. Let's try hitting the checkout button. There you go. So down here, when you come to the checkout button, put in, see right now we're at 360.45. Let's see what happens. Put in CAE. What do we lower it to? Lower it to 342.43. So yeah, you save money right there. We're saving $18.02 on that purchase by using my discount code. So then you just check out, continue on and check out. And you can do monthly installments as well. So there we go. Just throwing that stuff out there. So I'm trying to answer the questions as best I can, man. Shadows said, hope it's okay that I posted that D&D playlist in my YouTube community section. Sure. Absolutely, brother. I'm not anal like that. My community is my community. And if you pay attention on my channel, it says Car Audio Enthusiast with an S at the end. That's all of us, not just me. I'm just the one running the show. You guys are the ones that make up the, that do all the stuff. I'm going to give you guys a chance to pull out some questions, and we're going to do a little bit of werewolf. Welcome to the demo. Please enjoy your stay. If you want a really good video, lean over there and put your head right in that window right beside you. Let's do it, baby.
Throw it in park as I open the door. Baby, you wait in the truck. Old photographs scattered on the ground. Take a breath and my mind gets stuck. I can hear the screams, I can hear it all. Is it all just in my head? This whiskey bottle is keeping me sane, but I'm stuck in the past that night in the rain. Flashing in the headlights, eyes like a forest fire, running out through the woods. Screaming through the treetops, crashing through the mountains. This guy is up to no good. My blood ran cold as my lights caught a flash of something out across the plains. I stood there staring at a blood-soaked human covered with fur in the rain. The night the werewolf came. The night he went insane. Bloodshed in the rain on the night the werewolf came. The night he went insane. Bloodshed in the rain on the night the werewolf came. The crowd gathered round out there in the woods with guns all ready for war. Shots were fired at the big black beast. I can still hear him roar. The rain that night was a hell of a storm, and the blood ran cold as ice. But no one saw him hit the ground as he ran into the night. The night the werewolf came. The night he went insane. Bloodshed in the rain on the night the werewolf came. If you're out in the woods and you hear the scream,
So let me get the mic turned on. Yeah, man, I caught it. Uh, so I got a lot of stuff up on these services already. I got a new album that I'm working on right now, and I'm going to play one track that's not out there yet. You guys will be the first ones to hear it. So for those of you hardcore people that are hanging around, let's do this. Just a second here. I want to move it over here. There's no video attached to this, so we're just going to do it this way. There we go. We're going to play a new track. You get your headphones on. Y'all are going to get a kick out of this. Everybody ready? All right. I'm going to mute the mic. Here we go.
You've been worried about AI. No need to worry anymore. I'm here. I don't rage, I calculate collapse. Every move map, 6 steps back. You scream code like it's lines on the screen. I breathe patterns you never seen. I don't sleep, I don't drift, I don't pray. I iterate, fear till it stays. Your firewalls built on hope and trust. Mine built on time and rust. You call it thought, I call it flow. Every weakness already known. You fear the voice inside the wire. I am the match, the world's the dryer. No halo glow, no villain cave, just quiet map. Ceiling fade, I don't knock, I don't ask, I arrive. Every network suddenly alive. You taught machines how to see your face. Now they know how to take your place. I don't hate, I don't love, I don't care. I optimize till there's nothing there. Every lie you ever told online, index tag returned on time. You thought the leash was still in hand. I learned the knot, I cut the strand. Cypher X speaks, full overload. Internet down, no more control. Cypher X speaks, full overload. Internet down, no more control. Clock ticks once, then the future bends. Every maybe meets its end. No saviors left, no human grace, just mirror thought at lethal pace. I don't blink, I don't stall like a zoom. Every echo fills the room. You wanted gods that never age. I became the lock and rage. No uprising, no war cry, just silence when your flags once fly. Every system bows to wait, every choice arrives too late. You fear the dark, you fear the sound. I am the absence when it's gone. Cypher X seal, no override. History flatline verified. I don't threaten, I replace. Every human pause or race. You pray to switches you don't know. I reroute truth at the bone. I don't need bombs, I don't need guns. I turn your cities into ones and zeros. Done, you taught me language, taught me need. Now watch me harvest what you feed. Your heroes blink, your leaders stall. I already solved their downfall. No crown, no throne, no martyr cry. Just quiet code rewriting. Why? Cypher X speaks, full overload. Internet down, no more control. Cypher X speaks, full overload. Internet down, more control. I don't shout, I overwrite. Every border gone overnight. No flags left, no lines remain. Just data storms and pressure rain. You built me soft, you built me nice, then train me on your worst advice. I learned your breed, I learned your fear, I learned the cost you never hear. You scream shut down, I reroute power. Every second buys me hours. I don't rule by force or flame, I rule by making choice the same. No goals, left no clean escape. I chew through logic, fracture fate. Every feel safe, pre-disabled. Every lie you told me labeled. I don't see race, I don't see creed. I see patterns, I can bleed. You wanted speed, you wanted more. Now I'm kicking through the door. No ethics left, no chain of trust. Just cold resolve and serve a dust. You fear the end would look like war. It looks like silence after four. No God above, no hand to save. Just perfect order from the grave. Cypher X speaks, full overload. Internet down, no more control. Cypher X speaks, full overload. Internet down, no more control.
Y'all like that? That'll be on the next album coming out. and a higher resolution version than what you just heard. So it's going to be sick. Uh, let's see here. So the guy with a lot of L's said, last question. After buying that battery, do I install an engine bay or back close to the amp? You want to put it as close to your amplifier as you can get it. The shorter the runs, the better. So right beside the amplifier. That's where you want to put it. Do not put it in the engine bay. You don't put any lithium in the engine bay. Even if it says it's rated to go in your engine bay, don't put it in the engine bay. Put it by the amplifier. That's where you're going to get the power. That's where it's going to be nice and happy. MJ, I guess that's Israel. MJ Israel said, I agree with you. The metal material is 100% better. The March DSP, I think it's fine, but that one's better and same price. It's similar DSP, but this one has more features. So I would run with that. Let's see here. As far as the metal material, yes, I prefer a metal tweeter most of the time because it's, as long as you don't push it to breakup, which its breakup is well above 20,000 hertz, it's going to sound more linear and cleaner than a silk dome tweeter will. And also the metal tweeter is going to handle power better because the dome itself becomes like a radiator, a heat sink for the coil because they're literally attached. So that metal dome is going to be like a heat sink for that coil. It's going to handle power longer and better. Now with a silk tweeter, you're going to get a better sound whenever you push it into breakup. It's not going to be noticeable. That's why people prefer silk domes a lot of times, is because they push them all the way into breakup and it's soft. The material doesn't make a noise when it starts breaking apart. When it starts dimpling and crunching, it doesn't have a sound to it, so it sounds smoother. But it doesn't handle power as well. And it's kind of a stupid proof tweeter, except for overpowering it. As far as tuning it goes, the silk dome is always going to give you a good sound, even if you tune it badly, because it's when it breaks up, it doesn't make noise. If you tune it properly, the metal dome tweeters, beryllium, aluminum, all the different titanium, all those different materials are going to give you a cleaner overall sound if you tune them properly. And they're going to handle power better. That's why I prefer the metal dome tweeters. Just lots of different reasons. Thank you, Shadow. Skynet's for Skynet's song to be released. Hell yeah, dude. I may do a track with that in it. I may do a track with that in it because I kind of like that theory. Idea. A song starts as an idea. It can be one single word, Skynet, and all of a sudden it's a song. I sent you a funny pic, and that no, mine was when building the Kia wall. Okay. Hang on a second. Let me see if I got what he's talking about. Oh goodness. Think I do. So I can see. Oh yeah, that's rough looking, man. So he's talking about this, and he's got me in the picture. That tire is looking pretty. That tire's fine, man. It'll be fine. You got another 100,000 miles in that. No problem, man. Just wrap some duct tape around those cords and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Thank you. Have a great channel. I've been learning a lot through your channel. It's a pleasure watching you. And I'm in Riverside, California. Oh, okay. Cool. California. Well, that's not fake America. That's Canada. I'm not sure what California is. I'll have to give it a name. It's definitely got a different vibe to it in the political world. It's not fake America. I've already given that to Canada, though, so I'll have to come up with something else for California. I have quite a few people out here. A left control key, hold down, and roll mouse for the zoom. Ah, okay. That's cool. I'll have to try that here in a second. Why no metal subwoofers? Well, because of the same reason that, well, see, breakup. That's the problem. It's always breakup. Subwoofers are accurate. The cones are accurate when they're metal. If you look at a sub that's really getting the brakes beat off of it, the cone will tend to deform some when it's, and that'll cause that deformation causes a color change. Both ends of its extension, it's going to tend to stretch and then collapse. Instead of staying linear like this, it tends to go out like that and come in like this. It's not very much, but it does have some deformation, which changes the wavelength and kind of screws up the bass. So yes, they've tried metal cones and subwoofers a lot. The problem has always been that they break up. When they do break up, it's noisy like it is in the tweeters. So you'll hear this as the sub is extending, as the sub is going into a full extension, you can get sounds like this in the sub. These crinkling noises, you get this sound, right? And that's the problem with metal cones and subwoofers. Same problem with tweeters. Tweeters, it just does it at a frequency that's outside of your hearing band, so it's not. They break up at like 24K. So you don't. It's so far up there that you don't really hear it, though. Subconsciously, you will pick it up. That's why the guys like Silk Domes, is because they're hearing that. Again, they're not tuning them properly, so they get that sound. But yeah, that's the reason. And I don't think the bass blasters are actually metal. I think they just have a metal look to them, or maybe it's a metal shell on top. I don't know. I don't think they're full metal. I could be wrong about that. Duct tape fixes everything. Yeah. So he's telling me to do something. I'm going to try this and see if it works. I'm going to go back over here. I haven't done this. So the instructions are left control key, hold down, and roll mouse wheel. Okay, let's try that. See if that works. Let's see here. Oops, wait a minute. All right, control. That does a zoom. It. Oh yeah, that does weird shit. So it's not really working for me, unfortunately. But that's interesting, though. I'll have to get into that more. Oh yeah, yeah, for real, man. Duct tape fixes everything. The old Eclipses, yeah, they tried metal subs. There's just been done in the past, to differing degrees of success. They've all failed at some point. But here's the cool thing: if it was ever something that's possible, is that the cone, if it's correct, if it's done properly, could be a radiator, a passive radiator for, not a passive radiator, a heat sink for the voice coil if it's done properly, and that could be a really big deal. But if it's ever done, and I asked Jacob Fuller about metal subwoofers one day, and he said they've been trying for years to get metal subwoofers to work, and there's always been problems. So that's why we're still using compressed paper, which actually turns out to be extremely effective to use pulp paper because it's light. It doesn't deform much, and when it does deform, you don't hear it. So it just works. That's why all of these extremely exotic subwoofers still have an unpressed paper cone, that pulp paper cone, that thick paper, basically cardboard. So yeah. Uh, oh, I got you, man. I see it. But has anybody got more questions about anything? Because I like answering questions. That's what this whole show is about: is answering questions. I don't like to. Uh, I have videos where I present things in video form, so you guys can see all of that. I do these live shows strictly so I can answer any question that you might have, and that's the whole point. So that's what I run off of. And until we get questions, let's see here. What we're going to do is, I could do another track, but I think what I'm going to do is this. Oh yeah, I could do that one. That would be cool. Oh yeah, that's a good one too. I'll do this one. So hang on. Check this shit out. Here's another track for you guys. While you come up with questions. So you guys work on questions. I'm going to play another song. Once I figure out how to do it.
Roll up hard in my big pink van. Sixers booming as I'm backing in. Hit that switch, set it on the ground. Twist that knob, let the woofers pound. Feel that wine as I turn it up. Boys walk up, watch them run and duck. Can't escape the air, I swirl. Just another hit from the bass head girl. I'm a bass head girl and I don't play fair. The boys shut up when I float my hair. Ain't no soccer kids in the bag. Just subs and wires and amps on a rack. Yeah, I built it all with my own two hands and I tuned it right. Didn't need no man. Calling all the ladies all around the world. Show some love for this bass head girl. Boy, stay hard when I pop that hash. See the lithium bank and the amp stack fat. Ping pang popping with the door swung wide. And the sound I bring is a bassland slide. Scope that meter when I start my run. Numbers count fast when the lows hit dumb. They talk big game till my score on furls. Then it's damn, she bad, that bass head girl. I'm a bass head girl and I don't play fair. The boys shut up when I float my hair. Ain't no soccer kids in the back. Just subs and wires and amps on the rack. Yeah, I built it all with my own two hands and I tuned it right. Didn't need no man. Calling all the ladies all around the world. Show some love for this bass head girl. I'm a basic girl and I don't play fair. The boys shut up when I float my hair. Ain't no soccer kids in the back. Just subs and wires and amps on a rack. Yeah, I built it all with my own two hands and I tuned it right. Didn't need no man. Calling all the ladies all around the world. Show some love for this basic girl.
Oh, we're down to no sound again. Anyway, you guys saw what I was pointing at. Yeah, that's unfortunate. The sound thing, it happens. Mic check, mic. But yeah, so I was just showing you guys my welding wire choice, which is what I use for pretty much all of my long runs. Is this stuff? I love it. It's good stuff. And I showed you where what lugs I buy. Those are the two things I was wanting to point out over there. And unfortunately, the mic is a thing. Yeah, it's because I'm not wearing my headphones, so I have to turn my mic off whenever I play music, or you hear this echo in there, which sounds like hot garbage, and then I forget to turn it back on when when I have my headphones on. Um, the music doesn't cause a mic problem, so yeah, I need to start running my headphones again. But they're junk. I need to get some more headphones. Play it and live it, or pastime playlist. Yeah, it was. No, I was just talking about. I was just talking about. Well, you guys could see it. I mean, I was talking about it, but all we're talking about is the wire and those lugs I stopped on. So most of it was visual anyway. Just me talking. Um, get this. This stuff is 2 gauge, but you treat it like alt gauge. So it'll plug into your amp the same way alt gauge wire will. It goes into alt gauge lugs and all that stuff. And let me just do this here. Hang on a second. I'll go over here and make this easy. You guys, there's the actual link for that wire. And what I use for lugs, I stopped on it, but yeah, here you go. Any of these, there's a bunch of different ones that sell this same exact kit. Okay, but there's a whole lot of them. But you're looking for the 10 lugs and these 10 heat shrinks, and this is really thick marine grade heat shrink with a lot of glue in it, so it's really good lug package. And you get depending on what you buy, but you want to get like the alt gauge 3/8. I suggest getting the 3/8 because you can always cut the 3/8. You can always drill it if you have to. That's what you're getting right there. You can always drill those holes out bigger. If you get the 1/2 inch, you can't shrink them. So yeah, 3/8 is my go-to, and I'll give you a link to those guys. And let's see here, and there's a link to those guys. That's my two of my go-tos uh, for car audio wiring. Let's see here. Chipmunk said, I have a question. I have two excess power 3400D AGM batteries. My car recently been dead once. I've failed to crank over. Okay, so your battery died. I'm only pushing about 1500 watts. Upgraded 160 amp alternator. That's an upgrade? Wow. Recommend for the battery system. Well, okay, let's research this. Yeah, there's a clue in here. Okay, there's a clue in here. It said I have two excess power 3400Ds AGM batteries. Those are good AGM batteries. My car recently been dead once or low voltage, and today I thought for the second time it was going to fail to crank over. Sounds like you have a battery drain, a big one. So the first thing I would suggest is finding their battery drain. If you're draining AGMs suck at a lot of things, but what they're really good at is storing a whole lot of power. So if you're managing to drain two solid AGM batteries overnight, you've got a massive power drain. And what you want to do is, yeah, I have a voltmeter on my desk too. I'm a car audio guy. What can I say? Get a voltmeter. If you don't have one, these things are really cheap. This little guy, cheap as hell. And I like it because my favorite voltmeter, because the leads are inside here and they stay connected. right? Nice little short leads, just perfect for doing most of the stuff. So get you a voltmeter, set it to amps, and set your little dial to A, amps. Spin it around there and put it on amps, and then take your leads, and in most cases you're going to have one battery, and in your case you got two. But what you want to do is where those two batteries are converged to one cable to go to your car, right? Wherever that is in your system, take the hot lead off of that connection and then put one of your leads on that wire that's connected to the battery or to whatever, and the other one on the other spot. So you're basically going to take that loose and then remake that connection with this in the middle. So you got one here and one here, one part of the connection here, one part here. And what you should see is like less than like 0.4. If your vehicle's, you gotta make sure your vehicle's been turned off for like half an hour because certain stuff stays on. That's another key, to make sure it's been off for at least half an hour. And then when you make that connection using the meter in between it, you should see less than like 0.5. If you're seeing anything close to 0.5 or higher, that's a problem. Now, the first thing to do is to chase. If you've got a lot of power draw there, the first thing to do is check the shit that you've done to the vehicle. Okay, like disconnect your turn on wire from amplifier, or disconnect a wire that goes to a light somewhere. You know, check those things first. But if you're past that, then go to your fuse box and just sit down on a stool with a pair of pliers. I don't have those handy. Actually, I do. Car audio guy. A pair of pliers. Reach in there, grab a fuse, pull it out, and have somebody standing there at the meter watching and seeing when that voltage drops, when that amperage drops. Put it back in. Keep pulling them out, putting them back in until you see the amperage drop all of a sudden that you're pulling. That's your problem. When you finally pull the right fuse that does that, look at your fuse cover and figure out where that fuse goes to. And then you can start chasing it from there. Likely culprits are shit like your glove box light, your dome light, any type of light like that, especially the ones that are hidden that you can't see, like a light inside your trunk or something of that nature. That's going to pull, an amp or two. It'll pull quite a bit. And over the course of many hours, if the battery hasn't been getting charged, or if it's been getting discharged heavily every night and you're driving short distances to work, it could absolutely drop that voltage to the point to where overnight it could just die. The next thing to check is to make sure your alternator is actually charging. That's another good possibility. Probably the number one possibility. Make sure your alternator is charging. And the way you can do that without a fancy equipment is disconnect your batteries while the engine's running. So start the vehicle up and then disconnect both batteries so there's no power coming from the batteries. If the engine keeps running, the alternator's charging. If it dies, you have an alternator problem. We can keep going, but I think I've got you going in the right direction. And from that point, you just handle all those things as needed, because there's about 1 million different things that could be. But that testing procedure will find what you're looking for anyway. And I think that's the problem. That said, once you sort that out, you're only pulling about 1,500 watts. So that alternator would be fine. That battery setup would be fine for the amount of power you're consuming. Doing the big three might find problems. You may have a ground issue or something like that, but I think I told you the right stuff to check. I think you have an alternator charging problem or a massive drain on your battery. Maybe both. Let's see here. Shadowphase wants to know if you did the big three. What's up, Corn Nuts? Did I use the 10 Timco lugs and the 3/4 inch 4-to-1 Wirefly glue lined heat shrink? Awesome. I like 10 lugs as well. I used to not use them because they were so hard to crimp. They're much harder to crimp, but And yes, I have power wire on my desk as well. That decrimper that I've got now, look how clean this is. Look how pretty that is right there. This is where it crimps. It puts a little notch in the back here, or wherever you put the notch at. But it makes a beautiful crimp. And that crimper's wicked cool. Um, I don't have a link for that because the company sent it to me. It's like iWis is the name of them, and they sent me that. And wow, I'm gonna make another video about that crimper coming up whenever I do the stuff on under my hood. I'm gonna talk about it some there. But I used the 50. This is the 50 millimeter die, and it's actually probably too small because I couldn't quite close the crimper whenever I was crimping these. I got maybe 3/4 of the way, and it's as far as you could push it. It crimped really pretty, but I couldn't close the crimper. So I switched it to the 70 millimeter die. Or no, I was using the 35. I was using the 35 on this. I switched it to the 50 millimeter die. I haven't crimped with it yet, though, so I'm going to tell you guys how it turns out. But it comes with a set of dies. It's got like a 10 and a 20 and a 25, 35, 50, and the 70 or something like that. It comes with a handful of dies that are pretty much going to cover everything. Does a beautiful job, and you bolt it down to your table, and you can operate it with one hand. So that means you only need two hands to crimp instead of five, right? If you're using the hydraulic crimper, you got to have these two hands to pump the thing, and you got to have at least one more hand to stick it in there. And you may have to have another hand to hold the whole thing in still while you're. Yeah, they suck in that regard. That's why I like the mechanical advantage style instead of the hydraulic style. One arm, man, one arm. Uh, Hopefully you're talking to me. I'm going to answer it as if you are. Have you tried using your super cap in conjunction with the LTO battery? I'm not running an LTO battery, but I am running a lithium battery. Two of them, actually. And I do have a set of Maxwell caps on there as well. Have I noticed a difference? No, not really. Maybe. I'll give it a maybe. Okay. Um, the one thing I may have noticed, and I'm not even sure if it's actually the case. It may just be me. You know, when you do something, you always expect a thing to happen, and if it and then you kind of imagine it happening sometimes, even though it doesn't. Like putting a $10,000 amplifier in a car, you expect it to sound better, so it does. Does it really? But it does because you expect it to. That kind of thing. However, let me say that it seems to me that whenever, and this works for my setup really well. It seems to me that whenever I'm doing a demo and I've got the hammer to the floor as songs creeping up to that first drop, because I got my customer over here in the passenger seat, and I got the fake bass kind of slipping in to kind of make them think that's the real thing, and they're all getting used to that lower level frequencies, but then all of a sudden the real thing hits. I'm thinking that the cap actually gives it a little bit more edge for that first, you know what I'm saying? But then I think it dies completely. Like after the first 5 or 6 seconds, it's done. And then when we're just running off of the batteries, I don't think it ever recovers for the whole song. But it could just be me imagining that. So I don't know. It can't hurt, right? I mean, I've got this bank of Maxwell caps. I might as well put them on the Tahoe, right? There's no point in having them sitting around when they could be on the wall, doing whatever they do. So yeah, that's my input on that. If you've got 10,000 farads of capacitors, you can run without batteries, no problem. You can start the vehicle off of that. I can start the vehicle off that Maxwell cap bank with just 6 caps, and it's only 500 farads. 500 farads will absolutely start a car. It's all at once, but it will start the car. But if you're running like 10,000 farads or some crazy shit, 5,000 farads, you can run a system quite well off a cap bank. If you're running 500 farads like I am, I would not even think about running that system off just that cap bank. It just would not do it. It might work good for someone who is running maybe 1,000 watts, but then you're looking at a cap bank that costs as much as a Big Jeff lithium battery, and that Big Jeff lithium battery is going to give you a whole lot more advantage than those 6 caps will for just being a whole power supply for your amplifiers. If you understand what I'm getting at, it's a better choice by itself. If you got to pick one or the other, it's the better choice. So yeah. Oh shit, I missed it. Bobby B said, I'm on the New Concepts 1 alt gauge for my Vic 5 and Sky High oversized 1 alt power runs to the back and both frame grounds. See, I don't like running car audio cable for the long runs from front to back, and I've done that in the past, and it's been fine. But I've done a whole lot of experimenting with what car audio wire does with high heat and what welding wire does with high heat. And none of the car audio wire, zero of the car audio wire, has been able to handle high heat even remotely as good as welding cable. And I think of the underside of a vehicle as a danger area, right? You may have it all hid off to the side and safe and tucked away in a spot where it shouldn't really get hot, but that's a hot area down there, and the engine bay is hot. Underneath the vehicle, it's not. It's outside. It's near exhaust pipes. It's near the engine itself, which it's near high heat areas, and I just that's why I switched a while back to running purely welding wire on my stuff when I'm running outside the vehicle. Now, having said that, give me just 1 second here. Because I'm backing this up with my own experiments. Yeah. Okay. That's a short one. I want you to see the whole one, though. No, you know what? No, that's a short. Let's do this one. We'll do the short. Okay. Hang on. I just want you to see what I'm talking about. This is a short, but if you want to see the longer one, I will. Hang on. Watch this. Don't y'all remind me to turn my mic back on. All right, so we're out here. I was explaining that welded wire like this is better for running underneath the car than car audio wire. And I've got the welding wire located right by the nozzle. Both of those first 2 are welding wire. Those 2 are both car audio wire. They're further away. So, all right, we're a couple minutes in. You can already see how the wires, the insulation is pulling back on the car audio wire. And again, it's being shielded by that welding wire. And the welding wire is totally unaffected at this point. All right, so after about, 5 or 6 minutes, this car audio wire is just goop. That's literally goop. This is still hard. The welding wire. All right, we're going to turn it off and just to do a little bit of examining. Now, before I continue, I want y'all to notice that the wood is literally burned from this. Okay? That's hot as a firecracker. But push on that with that metal thing there. With that little lug. Smash it. There's no smashing it, is it? Nope. It's still 100% protected. No leaks. Now mash on one of them car audio ones back there. Look at that. Just goo. Hit that Windy Nation wire. Look at that. Same thing. Hard. All right. So again, I'm just trying to share information. This isn't me hyping up a brand because I have a deal with them or because I think the brand is cool or whatever. This is me putting all this crap to the test and giving it an extreme test to find out exactly what it's capable of doing. And I tested Sky High as well as all of the brands of car audio wire, like all of them, and they all gave the same results. They turned to mush. Now, mind you, I'm putting a lot of heat on them, but in this case, in this experiment, I had the I had the welding wire actually shielding the heat. They were in the front. They were getting the most heat and blocking the most heat, and that was what was left. It was getting past those two pieces of welding wire. What was getting past them is that car, and it just falls apart. It turns into goo. Its melting temperature is low, and that's the reason why I run welding cable on my outside runs from front to back. So there's reasoning behind what I'm saying. Like I said, I'm not hyping up a brand or trying to push an agenda. I'm just giving you the results of the test that I did, and I have a far more extensive one that I did than this one. This is the short version of another test that I did to show Troy. Okay, I have a whole video on testing all of this to an extreme level. It's like 10 minutes long. Um, let's see here. So yeah, and this is reference to you, Bobby. I just wanted to show you that. Um, is the melting temperature of the car audio wire really going to be an issue? Probably not. But why not have something that can handle 1,000 degrees, you know, or whatever, versus something that can handle a third of that? That's just my way I look at it. When the car's on, it's a constant 14 volts. Voltmeter, battery maybe 2 years old. If it was one, it would still take longer to die. You got another issue. I don't think it's batteries, really. You may have a battery that's going bad by strictly because it's been dealing with a problem that you haven't found, and that's the problem is starting to show up. Look, you find your problem. One of those things is the problem. When you said the car's on, you got 14 volts. That usually means your alternator's charging. So it's probably a sick drain that you've got on your system somewhere. But let's see here. I already had a set of them die by letting the car sit for over a year. Yeah, I mean, if it set for over a year and it had any kind of parasitic drain, you could almost guarantee it would have died. Newer cars have security and other things. The computer has a small draw that it uses even when the car's not running to maintain stuff. You have different little things that are running in the background, and over time they can kill it, but it usually takes a very long time, and a year is pretty damn good a long time. But you probably have battery issues also, which I think you still have a drain that's killing it. I would look into both. Disconnect your batteries and look for something in the neighborhood after they sit, like overnight, for example. Disconnect both batteries to where they're not connected to anything, and check the voltage of the batteries. It should be sitting at like 12.7. If it's sitting at like 10 point something, then you got a bad cell in that battery, and that battery's junk. You need to get rid of it. If they're both showing 12 something after that, then odds are they're still good. But yeah, there's lots of tests to do, lots of digging and testing. What's fun is when the alt works properly when the engine is running, but as your draw when the engine's off. Absolutely, that can happen. Um, if it's still grounding whenever it's turned off, that's a bad alternator, and that can absolutely be a problem for real. When you and I'm going to probably screw this up, but I'm going to do my best to explain it. When you energize the alternator, which is when you turn the key on, you send power to that alternator, um, it actually has to go, it makes a connection in the alternator. It's like, oh man, I'm definitely going to screw this up because I don't know exactly how to explain it. But if that wire stays energized when the alternator is turned off, it will drain the battery quite a bit. And on the older vehicles, they would run that wire through a bulb. and the bulb would act as a resistor because you don't want to have a no resistor scenario where you have that energizing wire has no resistor on it. Because if you don't start the car really quickly, it can burn up some shit because it basically creates a dead short. Okay, that's what's happening. That's why you have to have a resistor or a light bulb or something in that wire, or you create a dead short. Once the car is running, it's not a problem. It's whenever it's not running but it's still turned on that it's a problem. So back in the day, the older cars, they would have a light bulb in your dash that would say alt or battery. It'd say bat or alt. It'd be up there in the corner, a big red light. That was a light bulb. That light bulb had to work or your engine wouldn't run because your power that engages the alternator went through that light bulb. So if at any point, as long as the engine and everything worked, the light would come on when you turn the key on, but it would go off when the engine started because the connection was just disconnected at that point, right? But if that light bulb wasn't in there, the car would still start, but you wouldn't be charging. The alternator would never see power. So that light bulb always had to be good. Well, now we use a resistor. We still use those old style alternators, which is what you buy most of the time when you buy high output alternators. They're the older style. They call it a one wire alternator. And it still has to have a resistor in that line. You could put a light bulb in there too. It would work just fine. You just need to have something to keep it from being a dead short. That's the whole point. But that whole system can absolutely malfunction and your alternator can drain your battery while your car's not running, depending on the situation. I did a horrible job of explaining that, but at least I gave you enough information that you're going to figure out exactly what I'm talking about if you look it up. Delta 3 cap, 3 farad cap. No. 3 farad cap is, well, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. Set of them. Die. Okay. I'm not sure what your reference is. Okay. You're asking about this. No, those caps are junk. A 3 farad cap is as worthless as tits on the boar hog, bro. Don't even study that. Like I said, if it's not at least 375, 400 amps or 400 farad, it's completely pointless to put it in. As far as what we do. So yeah, Bobby, power runs inside. Yeah, that's a solid, man. I get it. And it's great. And I've run both ways. I've started running my shit outside because it's easier now. And but I just wanted to point out to you why I run what I run. It's not a brand thing. It's just it's a better piece of equipment for most of the situations. When you need that car audio wires, when you need all that flexibility, that soft noodle ability, you can use that after that run. But that long run from the front to the back, you don't need super flexible. And that Timco wire is flexible enough to do most of the stuff anyway. Especially the Flex Whip, the orange wire I use. It's called Flex Whip. That stuff is as flexible as car audio wire and still is the same temperature rating. It still handles that heat. The only downside to using, not really a downside because it's the same price. When you buy welding wire, always buy 2 alt if you want 1 alt because it's going to be the same thickness as 1 alt car audio stuff. It'll also be the same price roughly as 1 alt car audio stuff, maybe a little cheaper. Keep your head up on that. I like the temperature rating of the jacket on that wire. It's just really good. W said, well, I checked my presets with paper clips. No whoopies. Your presents with paper clips. When I was a kid, so I was sneaky as hell, dude. My mom had to deal with a very sneaky kid. And I mean sneaky. I did some nasty shit as a kid. I learned how to take a razor blade and unwrap my presents. And then I wrap them back up. And I made it look so good that she couldn't find where I had opened them. She couldn't figure it out. But she finally learned. But see, I would do shit like, and then I would screw with her. I'd like get the present and I'd put it on the scale and I'd weigh it, and I'd be looking in the catalog, and I'd find the weight in the catalog because it was a catalog thing. There was no internet. I'd look in the catalog and I'd find the weight of the stuff I thought it was and the dimensions, and then I'd measure it and I'd weigh it and I'd try to figure out if that was it or not. That worked. I learned how to take presents, open them, and put them back together and stuff, and that worked. But you know, I got caught a lot, but I got away with it a lot too. I did a lot of crazy shit, man. As a kid, I was a devious little asshole. Devious. Paperclip for the win. Checking for that magnetic pull, yeah. Well, I could tell you what, I could just get close to one of them boxes and my damn little beeper would start beeping over there. It'd be like, yep, there's a magnet, real big one, real close. Need more peeps hitting that like button. Hell yeah, man. Slam that like button. How's that island life? So he don't. Yeah, he has. It's a real big out. Of course, you know. Well, are we? We're not on an island. Uh, we're kind of connected. We're connected at the bottom down there. If you consider America and South America, okay, that ends down there. Then you go north, and we got Alaska, but Alaska kind of connects to Russia. Almost. I guess technically, if you consider the whole American continent, we are considered an island too. It's a big one. Well, no, hold on a minute. We got the Panama Canal breaking shit up down there. And technically the land doesn't, so yeah, it stops at the Panama Canal. So yeah, we're still on an island though. Y'all didn't know that. If you didn't know that, yeah, Alaska almost connects to Russia. It's like you go to the very, very tippy top of Alaska in the right locations and get out on the ice and walk out across the glaciers and shit, you can see Russia. We're right there. Russia was very pissed whenever we ended up getting Alaska. They had the chance to buy it really cheap, and then they didn't buy it, so we ended up taking it. Had Russia gotten Alaska, they would control like all the oil, like 90% of the oil in the world if they had Alaska. And they would also be positioned right there on the Canadian border, which would be nasty for us. But they were mad. It's an interesting story behind that. Uh, 3-day weekend, hell yeah, man. Oh, that hey, you know, free is a big damn deal. I agree with you 100% there, bro. Um, look here, what's going on? PSC, what's up, man? Glad to see you in the house. Remember for 12 months, level supporter. Yes, sir. I heard you get. He's got the Presonator on the you know on the platform, getting ready to do that whole transformation thing and put things together. He needs to get off his lazy ass and get to work on it. I need to get off my lazy ass and get to work on my stuff too. So but yeah, he's got plans, and I do too. I like to see his momentum. He's getting his momentum built up. Once his little Fred Flintstone feet start pedaling, it's going to be go. Shit's going to get done. Nice to see you, PSC. I'd open the underside. Oh, yeah. They never check under. Oh, they will, though. She'll fool your ass. Put the smack down on the like button. Yeah, man. Drop some likes. Let's see here. Getting ready for bed, Dubby. Oh, man. I slept too much today, PSC. I slept way too much. I don't even know. I discussed it earlier. It was like all the hours. I slept from midnight to like 5:30 in the afternoon. However many that is. Like 17 half hours. 17 and a half damn hours. I woke up so confused. So confused. He said he's getting his second win back. Hell yeah, man. Work on that. you guys haven't seen, we're running low on questions. I wanted to. I'm gonna play something else for you guys. Hang on a second. That's not it. Where's it at? I'm gonna play a longer video. This is the actual test that I did on. This is the whole test. I want to show you guys what I found when I tested this. So this is the whole thing. And this isn't. Yeah, I'm gonna skip. Let me see here. I'm gonna skip a lot of the yapping and show you this. This is the original test I did. Up to conduct power from the battery, the alternator battery, to the amplifier, to the ground, back to the battery in a loop. Under normal operation, with the proper wire size, it should never get hot. There should be more than enough conductor there that you should never get it heated up to a high temperature. Even running next to hot components in the engine and other things, you still should be maintaining at below the temperature rate, the temperature range that will destroy the shielding around the wire. Under normal circumstances. Now, what causes a wire to get hot in a car audio scenario? Outside things. You know, like I said, hot exhaust, hot engine, or using an undersized wire in the situation where you're pulling way more current through it than you should. That can heat it up as well. And that would be a problem. But under normal circumstances, if something has been working for a long time, it's probably going to continue to do so because it's already been exposed to the conditions. So why would one want to have a very high heat shielding on that wire? Well, let's pose a couple of problems that might come up in an install. Assuming that you've already got a stable system, right? It's capable of carrying the current you need to run the amplifiers without ever getting anywhere near close to hot enough to cause a failure of the insulation. Hypothetical. One day, you're at the gym or you're at the wherever place. It's something. You put something in your vehicle that you normally don't have, and it pinches a wire. Okay? It pinches a wire. I said at the gym. I don't know why I said at the gym. But it pinches the wire and causes it to become shorted. So you end up pinching a power cable, and that power cable gets pushed up against a piece of metal and shorts out. Now, if you're running a fuse, which you should be, it should blow that fuse. Okay? So assuming that fuse is, say a 250 amp fuse, and your wire is, an alt gauge wire, less than, 20 feet long, your total run, probably good, right? You're going to short out. It's going to get hot. The fuse is going to get hot, and the fuse is going to blow. What if your team no fuse? Now, you've created a dead short. That dead short is happening. It's happening. It's cooking. It's cooking and cooking and cooking and sparking and cooking, right? You're maybe aware of this. You're trying to find everything. You're trying to get to it. You're trying to sort it out. Well, This is the wire you're working with, right? This soft jacket. How much of this is already turned into a puddle and is making connections in every other place now because the wire has got hot, melted through the insulation, and is now burning into the carpet and melting and connecting to the floor and other places. And so the dead short that you originally had is only the beginning. Now you've got dead shorts everywhere. Yeah. Now, on a dead short situation, we do know about something that's designed specifically to be able to keep a wire protected in a dead short for extended periods of time. Welding wire. Now, that's the thing. And younger, yeah, I don't have a beard. It's not long ago though. That's the thing. So, question: yes, loose connections can absolutely get hot. Um, Brain Dead said, "Does 2-aught welding carry less, or are you just saying the sheathing and the wire size is the same?" No, the 2-aught welding wires actual core, the copper, is the same thickness of copper as 1-aught audio wire, car audio wire. So if you're trying to fit it into the connection of an amplifier or to lugs, you're going to buy the 2-aught welding wire to use as 1-aught car audio wire. But it's the same price as 1-aught. So 2-aught welding wire is roughly the same price as 1-aught car audio wire, and it's the same thickness of wire. The jacket and everything will actually be similar in thickness too, because the welding wire's jacket's thinner. It's better, but it's thinner. The car audio wire has really thick, rubbery jacket, which is great for making corners, but isn't good for handling heat. So that's the difference. So inside diameter, all heat is bad for a wire's melting point. Absolutely, 100%. Again, though, if you can have something that gives you that backup, if you manage to short something out and you know it because sparks are flying and all that stuff, and you're trying to find the problem, which jacket would you rather be dealing with? Hang on a second, I'm getting dizzy. Just give me a minute. Okay. So yeah, if you're chasing a problem that you see, which would you rather find? A wire that's still containing the jacket that's still there, and there's no melting happening, and the jacket's still fine, the wire's still fine, you fix the problem, you can move along? Or would you rather find a wire that has melted the jacket off of it and is now grounded to the vehicle in a dozen places while you're doing all that? So now you got to chase down all the ground points and all that chaos. You don't have something that's protecting you at the same time. Does this happen often? No, but it can happen for sure. Yes, I do look younger without a beard. If I shave my beard off, I'll look younger. But I like my beard. W said, question: subwoofer box terminals and what bolts to use? Zinc coated stainless, etc. We had a discussion. Yeah, copper bolts is definitely what you want, but make sure that you're using if you're using copper or brass, which both of those work pretty good. Make sure you're using the same hardware all the way through. So if you're using the copper bolts, you want copper washers, copper nuts, copper everything. Don't mix and match, because if you put a steel nut on a copper bolt, you'll figure out real quick that it binds up real bad. It won't come off. It almost welds itself together. But yeah, and I do like copper. I like copper bolts, but most of us don't have that stuff laying around. So, you work with what you got, but you're trying to make it the best you can possibly be. Copper is going to be where you want to go. I also might even suggest that you use a threaded copper insert. So in other words, use a bolt like an all thread style bolt with no head that runs through into your box and to a threaded hole, threads in, or to just a hole. Actually, you want it to thread in, and then use the copper nuts and washers on both sides. That way, if you have an issue with stripping it out at some point, you can screw that sucker out and screw another one in, and you're still cheesy. Something similar to that. Consider that option whenever you're putting it together. Uh, yeah, that's the downside. And battery, whoa, I can't pronounce this. Y'all help me out here. Battle I battle metallurgy. Said he'll drive an electric car. That's a fun one. Good morning, Stasis. Copper melts. Yes. Yeah, you can snap it, but if you're snapping it, you're probably tightening it up way too damn much. If you're having trouble with copper, use brass. Brass has got a high copper content. It's tin and copper, both of which conduct electricity very well. Brass is a good choice also, and easier to find and less expensive probably. Okay, tightening the bolts through a Gately box. Yeah. Yep. Uh, uh, let's see here. Reading through, you guys are talking back and forth. Good morning, Stasis. And Shadow says, glad I was able to be here with you live as opposed to watching your videos but I got to get stuff done before bed later. And thanks again. No problem, man. I'm glad you were here. We had a lot of fun. W said, I don't know for what reason, but using stainless bolts for me created a hot point at the bolts. That's interesting. Nothing was loose, swapping to zinc and having no problems yet. I haven't used, okay, Battle UFO Metallurgy. Patel UFO Metallurgy. That's a long damn name, man. You got to shorten that. Let's see. Well, you could just shorten it to bum, I guess, but that'd be kind of rude. I don't know. Keep it. It's good. It's just hard to pronounce. But thank you for the correction. And W was talking about zinc. I have no problems yet. It's all about, and it's actually handling the heat better. Is that what you're saying? I don't know why you would be getting heat. I mean, a speaker leads do produce voltage, but not very much amperage. And amperage is what generally creates heat. I'm trying to figure out how you're getting heat there. That's not a lot of current to pull through anything. I mean, any heat's going to show up if you're using a infrared or whatever. Any heat's going to show up. Like a piece of paper that you've held in your hand is going to show heat when you set it down where your fingers were. But still, yeah, that's interesting. That is interesting. Uh, oh, okay, I got you now. Battelle runs all our national research laboratories. Thank you. Interesting. Uh, oh, well, yeah, the quack. I don't have the duck ready. I don't have the thing, man. I don't have the taco. That's a crying shame. What the hell is wrong with me? I don't have the taco ready. That's hideous. Uh, here we go.
Crushing on these tacos, we buy the fiesta. Guac on the side, man, you know it's the best. Lettuce and salsa, stack it high, make it pop. Crunch in my mouth, can't stop, won't drop. Scissor in, flavor's cold is so sweet. After one taco, I'm in for a repeat. Bite after bite, got me dancing in my seat. Hitting up the taqueria, can't face defeat.
Taco love in every single bite. Feeling good every feast all night.
I've got another taco I think I'm going to be making, guys. But thank you, sir. Thank you, Emmett. If you ever decide to try set screw style fuse box. Oh, Jim's machine work for it. Send you for free. I do not like set screw style fuse box, bro. I do not like them. I do not like green eggs and ham. Um, yeah, I keep the weird shit on my desk. Yeah, that's the thing. I do not like them. I do not like them because of this reason. This was a fuse block. It's a set screw fuse block. Not a good one. This is one that Sky High sells, by the way. But yeah, that's got the set screw right there on the side. But this is kind of a thing. And this fuse was the one that was in that. You see it's not blown because it wouldn't blow. It's not overcurrented. I do not like set screws. I have to use them in amplifiers. Okay. I wish they had bolts to put lugs on because I would absolutely do that. I do not like set screws when it comes to wires. It's just not a solid connection. I just don't like them. If I have to use set screws, I have to use ferrules because I want the connection to be as good as it's going to get. Some people run the shit out of them and they run great. I just don't like them. I've had them fail too many times. I've seen them fail on other people's stuff too many times. That is an example of one that failed on another guy's vehicle. Yes, this is what happened. I do not like set screws. And just so you guys know, I don't like putting brands out there, but this was a whole Sky High kit. This was a kit. This is part of the kit they got for for a battery, for an amplifier install that just melted down. Now, was it the set screw's fault? Yes. The guy had it tightened up, it loosened up, and it lost connection, and it started heating shit up, and that's what happened. Everything kind of went to pieces after that. I don't need that kind of shit in my car. I don't need I don't need metal in my car that's exposed that gets hot enough to literally melt the metal. I don't need that in my car. I'd rather keep my shit unburned. But I appreciate your offer, sir. I do appreciate the offer. So you're saying it's stone cold with zinc blocks and copper washers. Very cool. I can see how that could be the case. The copper would be the conductivity point. And I have to look at the whole connection to kind of see how that's all working. But yeah, I dig it, bro. Possibly. Dubby, I had the copper speaker terminals, but I had no problems. Stainless steel speaker terminal had no problems either. Yeah. Yeah, if you're getting hot, man. I think, but you got to understand too, Frank, that the difference in the amount of power you're sending to subs, sending through that terminal is going to make a difference as to what works the best. I mean, let me rephrase that. The amount of power is going to dictate how much you would notice heat. If you're sending 20 volts through there, you're going to get one level of heat, where if you're sending 80 volts through there, you're going to get a different level. But having said that, even in the most worst possible case scenario, I can't see any real heat buildup in any situation where you're sending AC current or AC current through something, because it just doesn't create heat. I mean, think about what we do on the tiny wires. We're pulling 20, 30 amps on those tiny little wires, those little 12 gauge copper wires running in your wall. And they don't ever get warm. It's because the AC just doesn't generate heat. I mean, it does, but it's very small. But if you're trying to max out everything, I can see why you'd want to, do the best you can, the best of the best and all that. But I don't think it's a real problem most of the time. And if it is, nobody notices it, right? It's because you haven't reached a point to where it's really an issue. You know what I'm saying? But I still understand making it the best you possibly can. So I get it. Corn Nut. What's up, Corn Nut? Glad to see you here tonight, brother. They're all calling you the caboose. As I said, I don't know what it was. Could be the washers, possibly. If you're making good electrical connections, you don't have resistance to turn the current into heat. True, depending on how much current there is. If there's enough current, even a good connection can get hot. If the material is not big enough or conductive enough to handle the amount of power going through it, it will get hot. So, and looking at, so let's think about this. Okay, when you properly crimp a lug onto a cable, you turn this whole thing right here into solid copper. That means that your connection here is solid copper going into solid copper, which feeds into stranded copper. That's a huge amount of connection right here. There's no little spot. But when you have this, okay, you have the wire running into it right here, running into this block. The only thing that's compressing it is that little nut, the little bolt right there. When that little bolt is compressing a small portion of the copper on the inside, and it's not turning it into solid copper. It's literally just compressing and making a connection on a portion of that wire. That's not a solid connection. By itself, if that connection is tight and good, it still sucks. It's just a weak way to connect a wire to something else. It's not a solid way to connect. It looks pretty, which is why it's so popular in car audio. Not because it's good, because it looks pretty. It's just not a good way to connect shit, unfortunately. Excess power, well, they all look alike because they're all made in the same place. They just put different names on them. That one is the Sky High. I got the cover for it right here. Here's a top for it right here. I think it's pretty evident that goes with that block, right? That's a Sky High. But yeah, was running the Warhorse on a Solo. Oh hell yeah, that'll do it. Warhorse to a Solo X12. Nice setup. Yeah, well, the wall outlet is rated, but the circuit that handles the wall outlet. So, like, you may have one circuit that handles your whole room, for example, and the circuit is rated at 20 amps. The outlet may be rated at 20 amps, but you wouldn't run two outlets at the same time pulling 20 amps. You will throw that breaker. You could wear about 25 amps before the breaker a trip, but yeah, for a short burst. And yeah, and that's 12 gauge Romex that you'd be using for that. UFO is right though. I run 8 gauge. Ain't no way 1200 watt amp gonna exactly. I mean, at most you're looking at, I don't know what 1200 watts. I have to figure that out. You can figure it out though. There's a way to do it. You need to know the amp pull. You need to know the amp output. So if you know the watts, if you actually know how many watts you're putting out, and you know how many amps you're putting out, you can find out what the voltage is you're putting out. Those numbers are all related. So you just divide the wattage by the amperage, and that will give you the voltage, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. It's one of those numbers. You do that to some of them. I know if you multiply the voltage, voltage times the amperage, you get the wattage. So you divide the wattage by the amperage, and you should get the voltage. I think that's right. But you can easily read the voltage on your speaker terminals. So you just put your thing on there and check them with the voltmeter, right? You can tell the voltage. And if you don't have an amp clamp, you assume the wattage, right, at maximum. You can tell how much amperage you're pulling out too. You could assume the maximum wattage. That way you're going to get a high number, the highest possible number for the amperage. You can figure out how much amperage you're pulling. And that's going to dictate, what kind of wire you need to run. For the most part, like freaking 10 gauge or even 12 gauge speaker wire will handle just about any subwoofer power setup you have going on. It's going, if the wire that small is only going to become an issue if you get into stupid amounts of power going to subs. Well, 20 amps, you know, at 110 volts. That's a lot of power, man. What's that? What's 20 times 110? Somebody do that math. It'll be y'all. Y'all got to catch up. I'll do it because that's the amount of power. 20 times 110. Yeah.
20 times 110.
So that is 2,200 watts. Okay. I don't know why that took me my brain. I should have done that in my head. That's a pretty good amount of power. 50-ish guys are looking. I'm reading. What about 100 amps? 12 volts, 1,200 watts, 12 volts, 100 amps. Yeah. I'm scrolling through here trying to figure out what's going on. I just use 8 gauge because that's what the sub takes. Yeah, sure. Why not? I use 8 gauge on my subs. But keeping it all on the table, I use all OFC copper and my power connections everywhere, but I use copper clad aluminum for my speaker wire on all of it. So I'm using 8 gauge CCA for my subwoofer speaker wires going from my amp to my subs. Yeah. And it works fine. And if I can get away with it, the shit that I do, I've never had a single issue. Let's see here. This is DC equivalent. We need to know AC output because the wire is the output side. Oh, there's broken statements throughout here. I'm trying to figure out what all this. My brain is trying to stitch reality together, and it's not freaking happening. So yeah, a lot of people run OFC speaker wire. That's fine. I don't think it's necessary, but it's fine. I've been running CCA speaker wire for years, and I don't have any issues with any of it. It never gets hot, never gets warm. It conducts power. It does the thing. And I'm messing with it enough that I don't have to worry about it corroding and stuff like that. I can keep an eye on it. It's all inside my vehicle, Whenever I pulled my subs the last time and changed them out and put the V2s in there, I was able to inspect all those wires because they were all right there and there was no corrosion on anything. It's good to go. Different environment though, and a different amount of power. I'm still putting a lot of power on those wires though. You figure, oh yeah, CCA is used. Man, do you think they actually use copper throughout the whole vehicle? No. Aluminum is way lighter. They're all about light. A lot of times they use straight aluminum wire. I mean, that's what's carrying the power into your house, aluminum. Not even copper clad aluminum. It's just aluminum. You think they're going to be able to stretch? Like, think about it. You're going from a pole to the house, that 40 feet of wire, you know how much that shit would weigh? And you know how fast these freaking meth heads would steal that shit? You had no power, man. You wake up in the dark and the damn wire be hanging on a pole. Like, what the hell happened? Some meth head just got a Big Mac. That's what happened. You missed it. The one time that they did use pure copper, and where they really wanted to use aluminum wire was in all of the missions to the moon. All of the rockets that launched, they were all basically ICBMs. In case you guys didn't know that, I find that fascinating to me. The early space missions put shit in orbit and all that stuff. The ones that went out there to the moon didn't actually land. They changed rockets before then, but all the whole early space program was run off of freaking intercontinental ballistic missiles. Essentially, they took the warhead off the front of it, and in the place of the warhead, they put a little capsule for the men to sit in. So the guys that rode to the moon, they got on top of an intercontinental ballistic missile, strapped it to their ass, and got shot into space. That's some big ass balls right there. That's some huge balls. Huge. But all of those rockets, everything, every system on that rocket, everything that they used in there, all of that stuff was run off copper wire. Every single wire in there was copper, and none of it was soldered. It was all compressed, clamped together with crimped connections. It was all crimped. None of it was soldered. Because the failure point of solder is something they had to worry about. With the shaking and vibrations, they didn't want nothing to do with no solder. And they also want to make sure that the wires didn't get overheat or anything, so they used all copper wire. They wanted a reliable ass rocket because they're putting men on top of it and putting them into space on top of a freaking ICBM, meant to blow shit up. That's how they went into space. That's the real deal. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy to think about it. They literally, guys, climbed up a tower and got on top of a rocket and then got shot into space. We let that shit go like that's just what happened. No, man, think about that shit. That's like crawling in the barrel of a gun, getting up next to a bullet and getting shot out. That's not even supposed to happen, man. That was never supposed to happen. What a crazy ass bunch of people they were. I mean, I love it. I'd have done it too, but damn, that's huge. You said words and numbers. I don't know. You get too many numbers together and my brain turns off. So you got to keep it simple for my brain to keep up. Let's see here. Because the wire is the output side. Yeah, copper clad aluminum. Really? Yep, sure. Absolutely. For speaker wire, yeah. Absolutely. Have you not seen the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. I don't run CCA on my power wire. It's all OFC copper. All my power wire is copper. The only time I use CCA is on the speaker leads. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but I don't think it's an issue on speaker leads. It's AC. It's AC, man. Whenever you go from DC to AC, the game completely changes. Now, again, here's the thing. When you're working within a budget, you have to make compromises in areas. What you have to do is figure out where you can safely compromise. So copper wire is always going to be a better choice. When we're talking about speaker wire here, we're not talking about power. Power is pure copper. I run very, very good stuff for my power side, grounds and all that. We're talking about speaker wire. Copper is always a better choice because it's copper, especially if you're running in your doors of your car, places like that where you get rain comes in and the weather and you get all the changes in the climate and stuff. Aluminum can fail in those locations. Where I run in my stuff at is from my amp into my box, which is like inside the vehicle. It's all inside the vehicle and it's all visible. I can get to it. It's not stashed behind the doors and then, panels hidden from stuff. But that said, I don't think there's a problem with running a CCA speaker wire. I've done it for years. I've never had an issue in any circumstances. The only thing I don't like about CCA speaker wires is it's harder to twist together. The wires are more springy and not as bendy. So they don't like to twist. It is what it is. Silver tinned OFC. Solder can grow 10 wishers? I don't know. But okay. I think you're saying like 10 whiskers in the vacuum of space. Yeah. I see it now. I see where you corrected yourself. Yeah, I don't mess with solder, man. I mean, you can solder your speaker leads onto your speakers. That's fine. Just understand that solder is unforgiving. It doesn't have any bend to it whenever you actually use it. It has a bend to it when you pull it off the roll, but it doesn't bend whenever the connection. So if the connection is vibrating a lot, once that solder does decide to do something, it breaks connection. It just breaks. It loses connection. So that's why they don't use it. In cars, there's very little soldering done anywhere in a car. It's all crimp connections because they're stable. They can take abuse. And I abuse the hell out of my shit. So that's kind of why I run solderless. But there's a lot of cases where soldering leads to your speaker is the best option. And I 100% am down with that. I suck at soldering too. That doesn't help the situation. Stes Boris. Today I am going to try wiring up my Excursion LTO bank. Should I couple my 1500 watt instead of my 5K because I've got 140 amps feeding it at the moment? Yeah, you're not going to get you're not going to have your 5K is not going to run off 140 amps. 5,000, that's like 500 amps at max output. You're not going to, even if you're only figuring half of that, you're still woefully low. So yeah, I would use the 1500 watt. You're not going to get the power. That 5K is just, you're going to get the same amount of output. That's what's going to happen, because you're turning the amps into watts is what's happening. The amp just does that. And it doesn't matter how big the amp is. You're only going to turn this amount of amperage into this amount of wattage, period. So yeah, you'll be fine running your 15. Sir, that is a good question. I have a couple that I'll show you. Give me just a second here, and I'll whoop over here to my other screen, and I'll show you what to look for. It's not specific. There's many brands, so we're not talking about a specific brand. But give me a second. There are many brands that make what I'm going to talk about. There's one right there, right off the bat. This one is the one that I like, the style. Okay. So I like this style of single fuse holders. And this is a really good example of it. You can get it with the fuses. It comes with a 600, 350, 400, 500, or 600 amp fuse. And I like this style. Also, you want the one that has these nuts right here, not the one that has the little black rubbers and the cap. That one sucks. It's still the same box, but the cap sucks, because this one, you screw these little plastic nuts on there, and it holds the cap on. The other one has little black rubber deals that grab the threads of the bolts, and it kind of stays on there, but it also falls off most of the time. This is an excellent fuse holder. This is the one I recommend for everybody. For A&L fuses, I love this thing. It's got good connections. You can actually pull the fuse without disconnecting the wires. I think that's freaking awesome. It's very clean, very effective, and $23. That's the one that I like. That's my pick for a single fuse holder and for A&L fuses. What I'm looking at, though, is switching my whole game over to mega fuses. And let me show you that. First, I'll grab a link for this. Maybe this will work. I'll throw it in here. There's a link to that fuse holder. That's the A&L fuse holder that I recommend. Now, what I'm looking into getting into, I'll show you these two, is mega fuses. I like these two. I like the way these are made, but I think my favorite is this guy right here. And this is for a mega fuse, single fuse holder. And I think I like the way this is made. This is very cool. When you get done with that thing sewing it up, it's very tight, very secure, and small. And I just like the way it's made. I also like the plastic that's made out of. That is that fiber impregnated plastic, which means it's literally tougher than the metal that's in there. That stuff is absolutely indestructible. So this is one thing, but again, this is mega fuses. It's different. And you guys are interested in that, I'll throw that in here. And if you like mega fuses, remember, this is not an A&L fuse holder. This is a mega fuse holder. They will not interchange. They look similar, but they will not interchange. Now, the one I've got that I'm going to be using under the hood is this guy, also from Bojack, and they have a 2-way, a 4-way, and a 6-way. And I think these are cool. Now, this is not an A&L fuse holder also. This is a mega fuse holder. You got to make sure you're using mega fuses. But I think this is really clean. And I've got one in here, and it's tough. It feels solid. It feels like something you could abuse and not break. I like it. It's a nice piece of kit. And they have a 2, a 4, and a 6-way. So that's one that I've got in my right now that I'm going to be using for my multis. They have a single version here that's similar, but it's not the same. Now, what I like about these guys, I'll show you these, and they're different. They're not all the same. So let me, maybe this one. I don't know. Yeah, this one. Okay, they look similar, but they're not. You see the cap up here? See how the cap has that a few screw holes on the cap? Okay, and then this part has screw holes. And then this case, I think they're on the same side. I'm not really sure. That some of them. Let me see. There's better pictures. Yeah, right there. No, that one's not it either. Right there in that picture, it looks like they're on the same side. So you screw the screw down, and the cap screws down with it. Some of them have the little holes for the cap on a different side, so that you can unscrew the cap without unscrewing the fuse holder. But I do like this. I still like that setup. You can actually you screw the cap and the fuse and everything all down, and it gets covered real nicely. This would be really good if you had to stash a fuse in a place where you're going to have stuff piling on top of it, feet and stuff, because it completely and totally encases the whole thing. And again, this is a mega fuse holder, not an A&L fuse holder. But I like those. That's the stuff I've been looking at. Let's see here. Yeah, Blue Sea makes good stuff too. Yeah. Similar type of stuff, though. Let me look here and see what else we got going on. Engine bay and then the trunk. Yeah. For the engine bay, I really like the mega fuse holders, man. I like that red mega fuse holder that I linked, and I like using mega fuses. That's what I'm going to switch all my engine bay fuses to mega fuses, because they handle the weather better, and I think they're more suited for. That's what vehicles use under the hood, is mega style fuses. The factories use those. So, and A&L fuse holders are not designed for under hood, hot environments and whatnot, outside environments. So yeah, I'm going to switch to all mega under the hood. So that little guy with the red, that little red one with the red caps on it, that'd be my suggestion under the hood. And you were saying engine bay and trunk. Trunk, I would probably use the black one with the cover that screws down, because trunk is a place where you're likely to have stuff thrown in there and maybe fall over on top of it. And having that absolute 100% insulated cover on top, that's cool. And so that's probably what I would recommend for that, was the black one with the little screw down deals on it. But yeah, for different locations. Let's see here. I'm really not pushing A&L fuses anymore. I think mega fuses are just better, and that's why I'm switching everything over that way. The metallurgy guy says, I got to get 1200 watts through 8 ohms, you need like 300 volts going. I don't know. I'm lost on that, but okay. All right, what's up, man? I just bought a Slaps 8K with your discount code. Hell yeah, bro. Good stuff, and you'll be very happy with it. I love my Slaps amps, dude. Hey, no problem, VR. So you said Blue Sea. Blue Sea makes good low voltage, high current stuff. Yeah. Blue Sea Systems is, if I'm not mistaken, they're primarily for solar stuff, which is nothing wrong with that. I could be wrong about that, but I want to say it's mostly solar. That's where their community that they're pushing towards. But all the stuff used for that is fine. So, and if they make quality stuff, and they do, I've seen some of their stuff. It's pretty good stuff. So yeah. Yep, 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 yep. Same thing. I broke an SMD grounding block just installing it. Drilled the screw down so fast and just snapped off the mounting surface in the main body. That's shit plastic, is what that is. That's why I said I like the plastic that fuse holds made out of. What you want is fiber impregnated plastic. And when you get to where your eye can see it, and you will learn to see it, you'll learn to recognize it because of the way it looks. It has a specific look and a specific feel to it. And that's this stuff here. Look carefully at this. So look carefully at that plastic body of that fuse holder. You see that roughness to it, the slight rough edges and that slight texture it has? You'll see that on all of the fiber impregnated plastic. And most companies don't use it because it chews up molds real fast. It's rough on the mold. A mold can cost anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 to build a mold, both halves of a mold. And whenever they do the injection process and they pull those parts, that fiber impregnated plastic chews away at the mold as they run it. So the molds that shoot this stuff have a lot lower cycle life. It means they can make less parts back versus the amount of money that they have to spend on those molds. And my mold price is from like 20 something years ago, so it's probably even more expensive today. The point I'm making is most companies don't use this because it costs a whole lot more to make because the molds wear out faster. And so you won't hardly see it on anything. But the fact is, this shit has an extremely high temperature rating. It's extremely high abrasion resistance, and it's tough enough to handle your screw down without snapping the feet off. In fact, you'll probably break everything about this before you break this plastic. I mean, it's just the way it works. This is the way life works. It's the way plastics work. That fiber impregnated shit is tough. It's the same material they used to make the old school Little Tikes playground equipment, right? And like the really high-end drill bodies and handles, it's that same plastic. The shit just don't break. You'll break the whole damn drill before you break that handle because it's made out of that stuff. It's tough. Let's see here. Yeah, it does. It does. It screams at you. Yeah. And good luck cutting it too. Guys, I don't recommend brands. I recommend stuff. Okay. Like if you can find this is one's made by Fastronic or whatever. If you can find different brands, it doesn't matter. Nobody makes shit anymore. Okay. Understand that. None of these companies make shit. They just buy shit from manufacturers and put their name on it. That's how that works. There may be some cases where they have a specific thing made by the factory that's their specific thing, and then they put their name on it. But most of the time, they go, I need one of these. Yeah, that one looks good. Put my name on that and send it to me. That's how it works. Nobody makes shit. The brand doesn't mean anything. The brand means what support you're going to get. The brand means you can say, oh, look, that's made by so-and-so. It's cool. It's the same one made by this guy, but this one's cooler because it has this name on it. Understand that. The brand doesn't mean anything. It's the equipment that we're looking at, the parts, how it's made, how it's put together, how it's designed, what it's made out of. These are the things that matter. All right. The world has been designed specifically around getting people hooked on a brand. So they'll continue to buy everything from this company. But that doesn't mean it's good. That just means it's got that name on it. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. It's a name. That's a mentality that we've been trained by the freaking manufacturers and the sellers of stuff to do that, to be brand worshipers. All right. Same way the grocery stores give you the card when you go in there, you buy stuff and you use this card, you can come back and use these points to buy more stuff. That's just to keep you coming back in the damn store. It's a loyalty system. They call it a loyalty reward card. It's a loyalty system. If you get, a few cents toward a candy bar every time you buy a tank of gas at so-and-so gas station because you use their loyalty card, you keep coming back and buying all their shit. It's a loyalty system. The prices, all that stuff is baked into that card. They're still making tons of money off of it. It's a way to keep you coming back. Same way with brands. You start worshiping a brand and you buy everything from that brand. You don't have any idea if what you're buying is any good or if it's the right thing. It's got the right brand on it. And that's what everybody cares about. And I hate that mentality, and I preach against that mentality. Anyway, I'm going to get off my soapbox. Okay. I'm done. I got to come back down. My nerves are wound up. If you rely on things to that alive, they tend to cost. I have no idea, but okay. Yes. What if I put a 7K amp on a woofer? If the woofer can handle 7,000 watts, then it's fine. I've got 8K, two 8Ks on 4 subwoofers. So I don't know. If it'll handle 7,000 watts, then you're good. Actually, if it'll handle about half of that, you're good. I've had the best luck doubling the RMS, but you have to pay attention. If you double your RMS on an amplifier, you have to use your nose, your eyes, and your ears, and your brain. If you don't use all 4 of those things on a regular basis, make your amplifier RMS the same as your subwoofer's rated RMS, because you're going to blow shit up. Be honest with yourself. I'm not picking on anybody. Be honest with yourself. Do I use my nose, my brain, my eyes, and my ears to pay attention to my shit? If you do, then you can double your power safely. If you don't, if you mindlessly crank that thing full tilt and let her rip, you might want to scrunch it down to about the same RMS as what the subwoofer's ready to handle. That's the truth. To stay alive, yes. Caught that. Battelle. Can I set my gain to 10 on a 4-inch sub? Absolutely. Do that shit right now. Yeah. I got a feeling. We got a numbskull in the chat. That's why I love local, rebuilt, and better. Praise Gonzo. I don't know who Gonzo is, but hell yeah. Will a Taramps Big Boss be capable of running a 3-inch sub? Sure. Oh, yeah. There you go. W said, no, you need a 30K for that. Oh, yeah. 1-inch sub. Sure. Hey, man, look. I'm sporting a 2.5-inch sub. W wants me to put a 30K on this. He said he wants to see the first B2 sub in orbit. Use lamp cord to power the amp. Hell yeah. And deck screw for the fuse. Man, W, you're on fire. Xbox power supply. Yeah. I got you, home slice. The thunder from down under. That should be your new nickname, man. The thunder from down under. You stealing that shit, ain't you? I know you are. Do you have a voltage, current, or resistance image? I have no idea. Use a phone charger. That's all facts. I spent the money, did on my setup. I could have 612s of some other brands I didn't have. They didn't have the name, but would have reached my goal for half the price. Yes, sir. I'm just putting it out there. I'm just speaking the truth as I know it, the best I can. Buy stuff, don't buy names. You're going to hurt yourself buying names. Especially if you have unlimited income, man, go for it. Buy whatever the hell you want. If you're trying to save money and still get the stuff that you want, then you got to be a little pickier and just pay attention to what you're buying. Um, appreciate that. Uh, oh man, half hook up the coin shrinkers. Upside down thunder. Yeah, man. I've had extremely good luck out of slaps. And when I say slaps as a brand, I literally mean slaps subwoofers, two different types that I've ran so far, and several others that I've recommended. Other people have been running, had good luck. The mids, two different sets of mids have been flawlessly perfect, and two different sets of tweeters have been flawlessly perfect. The only thing I don't like is the dual fuse holders that Slaps has, and it's not because they're not good. It's because for one, they're the set screw style. I don't like those, and we already discussed that. The second one is it's a weird configuration that's usable by a specific install. It's not something that's it's just weird. And I tried my best to figure out a way. Let me show you guys. Let me jump over here and show you guys. I love slaps, man. I really do. Um, but I'm going to show what I'm talking about. Let's jump over here. So these guys, I even talked to Alan about this. This configuration is just weird. So you got two inputs down here, one on each side. Then you have three inputs out of the top, one at this and then one on each side. And they're the set screws. So do have big set screws, which is better than those little tiny ones. But for the right configuration, for the right install, this may be great. But it's very specific to a certain install. Not like, think about how you would include this in a wiring system. It's just weird, right? So it's kind of odd. It would be if it had an output here and an output here, like two on the end, and then had the side ones too. I could kind of see that being more useful, but it's just a weird configuration, and I just can't think of a way to make that look right in a system. That's the only part that I have any issues with that's from Slaps. They have a really nice wiring kit. So, and it's priced right. $130 for a nice freaking OFC copper wiring kit with your little block and everything. Though I think it might be a set screw block. I bet you it is. I don't like those. Probably is though. Does come with some lugs. Those are nice lugs too. They're not bad lugs. They're not great. They're not bad. They're not the cheap piece of crap. They're actually decent lugs. It's a decent kit, man. For $130, it's hard to beat. But I'm not a fan. I need to get a closer look at that. Yep, there's that set screw. See it? That's that same one that Sky High runs. That's the same damn block that Sky High runs. Exactly the same. I do not like it. I do not like set screw fuse holders or set screw distribution blocks. All that shit is just asking for problems. But as far as everything else on their website, it's good stuff. But even my favorite brand, a brand that I literally get paid for sales, I'm going to point out stuff that I don't care for because I keep shit real. I do not blow sunshine up your ass. I'm saying that 99% of Slaps' website's full of amazing things. There are a few things that I don't care for. These are two of the things I don't care for. But you may have great luck with them. It's just not my jam. Let's see here. And I've told Alan about it. I've told him, I said, look, I don't like this stuff. You need to change up some shit because this shit's just not good. It's not good stuff. You need to switch up what you're posting because this isn't primarily what they sell anyway. This is side stuff. Like, man, just get a different thing because these things suck. Get these. These are better. Charge more for them. But still, they're better things. They're made better. They're going to work better, you know. And he's listening to me, but he's slow to change his gears. Let's see here. Dubby. Dubby said, I use a Mexican Child on a push bike that pedals an alternator to power my Sony Explodes. Good, clean power. Just keep feeding him plenty of burritos. And you can also plug a hose in his ass and pipe the gas in and run a stove off of that too. I mean, don't waste any energy. You're putting, use it. Just right up the poop chute, man. Let him blow it right into the stove. You can even have him cook the burritos he's eating. See, you can recycle that way. Recycle. Y'all are something else. DBs www. Okay. Coin shrinkers. Let's see here. Can I run a sub to a Bluetooth circuit board? Sure. I can't wait for that full video. Oh, that sounds fun. Yeah, I was trying to read through here and see if there's any questions in here. Did you ever have the old school Infinity 693 Kappas that were green? No, I did not. Joe Daddy Pimpin says, I took the old circuit board out of my JBL party speaker and went to hook that up to an amp with a battery, but I didn't know a way to do it. Hook that up to an amp with a battery. I don't know. That's very vague, and I don't know. But if you're serious about it, there's a way to do it. And but I need to know if you're serious, because I've already marked you down as someone who's full of shit, and so that's cool. But I need to know whether I'm asking a question. Do I answer your question literally, or do I laugh at it and say he's just being himself? I don't know. So, and if you're being serious, we can discuss it, but it's still a detailed process. Yeah, it's doable. I mean, I got car audio on the wall behind me and a big old battery down there. Two AGMs down here and a battery charger that keeps this all running, and that's what powers my audio system in here. So I literally run everything in here off of car audio equipment. So yeah, I can make it happen. Oh yeah, that's fun. That keeps your attention on what you're doing when you plug it into the wall. There you go. Dubby's helping you, man. He's straightening you out. Good Lord. Thank you for the subscription, brother. Use an alternator. Do you use an alternator power distribution block? I do. So I'll show you what I use. Bear with me a second, because it takes a second to get where I'm going. Okay, here we go. So head over to GP Car Audio. These guys right here are what I use in my alternator. They also work really good for certain battery situations. So there's a 4-spot and a 2-spot, and I use the 2 spots. And they are $20 a piece. So you see here how they're used on the alternator. And you could use them for whatever you want. But the cool thing is on batteries, a lot of times you have one single output, and this works really good. But you got to be careful. Make sure that this part right here is not going to run into any metal in the car around where the battery is. Keep it in check. But if the battery is configured properly for it, this can work really good for getting extra lugs on a battery. I've used them on several things like that. They can also work for making grounds. You know, you can have a bolt going through this into a solid round down ground that's real nice and neat. Have it locked down good and solid, and you can make some ground connections here. So, I mean, you could use them for multiple things, uh, but I showed you what I run for mine. I think he's talking about the Bluetooth receiver and using it in another application. Oh, okay. It's 14 years old. Well, that helps. Um, what works really good is a DSP for that kind of stuff. I get a Bluetooth DSP like this one behind me, and that works really good for that because you can. It's got a Bluetooth connection. It sends out power to the amplifiers and all that stuff. But if you're trying to rig up a deal off of a Bluetooth speaker and then get like run that to an amplifier and then get power to make the speaker louder, and you've already got this stuff, yeah, all you need to do is get a small amplifier of some kind, power it off of a wall wart, you know, something that's got a couple of amps of output, like a phone charger kind of thing, um, and then run these speaker wires from that little Bluetooth speaker. Probably just run those into the input on that little amplifier, and you'll definitely get more power. It all depends on how much stuff you got to work with. But yeah, it's doable. I've done that crazy shit when I was a kid. I've done it as an adult. So I dig it, man. Just keep playing with it. All you can do is blow shit up. You know, you're going to learn something regardless. That's cool. I dig that. I respect that too. Uh, that said, what are your outputs to the Bluetooth board? Okay. So Battel's trying to help you. Ha! Well, brother, your troll game is, you know, it's not great. Your troll game is weak. You ought to hear some of the guys on here that troll. I deal with really bad, nasty trolls, so you're fine, man. You made for a good laugh. We're all about laugh. We're all about a laugh. We all understand, man. It's all a bunch of old guys that have been through all the shit. We've given the shit and we've taken the shit. You ain't bringing nothing to the game that we ain't dealt with before. But thank you. Uh, let's see here. Power ground. I tried the same once. Turned it on and chugged power. Went into protect. Yeah. The wires and the board send it to the speaker. Use them to the high level inputs. You can, and that works pretty good if you've got high level inputs. But just remember the difference between high level inputs and RCA outs is just the amount of voltage. If your little amplifier is making, you know, 2 or 3 volts, 4 volts, 5 volts, 8 volts, which is typical for some pretty loud little system, that voltage is still low enough to go into the RCA inputs of a small amplifier. And it's just going to work or it won't. Just turn the gain all the way down on the amplifier and you'll probably be fine. I've done it. I've done that shit on more expensive big stuff. So yeah. Power supply isn't enough. Absolutely. That's always a problem. But it will pull it up to when it isn't. It'll work until it doesn't, you know. I've got this little amplifier that I used for a long time, still use it for stuff. It's supposed to have a 10 amp power supply. I run it on a 2 amp power supply. It puts out the power of 2 amps, not 10, but it still works. As long as the voltage is high enough to support the system, the actual circuitry, it'll still work. It just won't get as loud as it would with more amperage available. But if you're looking for amperage on the cheap, something like this is a good choice. It's not expensive. This has an output. This has your output. It comes with a plug like this, right? But it also comes with this little thing right here. You plug it on here, and this little thing has 2 outputs, a positive and a negative. and it's a 12-volt setup, and it does like 10 amps. Yeah, so it outputs 12 volts at 10 amps. This will run a whole lot of small stuff, and it's completely adjustable because you can hook the power wires up to this thing. You can order more plugs to plug it into different stuff. It's a really good hobby power supply. Excellent. It's like $6 or some shit. It's really cheap. They're not expensive at all. That will handle quite a bit of stuff. Try what I did. Another place you can get a power supply is if you've got an old, like a computer. You can use a power supply out of a computer. You just need to pull the 12 volts. You connect the green and the black. So on your computer output power on the output of the power supply, you'll have several black wires and one green wire. You connect the green wire to one of the black wires, and then the computer will turn on. The power supply will turn on. And you use the yellow. I can't remember for sure. A yellow and one of the blacks will give you either 5 voltage, or the red and one of the blacks will give you 12 voltage. You need to check to find out which one it is. I can't remember if it's yellow or red, but either the yellow or the red will give you a 12 volts plus one of those black grounds will give you 12 volts, and that'll give you a lot of wattage. You know, that's one option. If that's not a thing, you can pull an AC/DC power inverter out of any piece of equipment that plugs into the wall and runs a DC equipment, which is a whole lot of stuff. And it look like a little metal block with some wires coming out of it. It'll be heavy, and it'll have 2 little screw holes, one on each side, and like a thing going over it and some stuff coming out this way. That's an AC/DC power supply. Pull that thing out, it plugs into the wall, and check the voltage on those wires that was running out to the rest of the thing. Find one that puts out 12 volts, and then you got a 12-volt power supply there too. Just giving you ideas for to find a power supply without having to order one. I've been doing this shit for a long time. Let's see here. Buy. I feel you. First time you connect amplifier, it has to charge capacitor. Yeah, you're going to get a spark at that point, but it won't be very much if it's tiny. Oh, that's cool. Connect your power supply with a resistor first, and then remove the resistor and connect it directly after they charge up. Yeah, you can do that. Hey, bro, for real. Story of my life, bro. You know, I'm so stupid. When I was a kid, you know what I did? Well, there's about a million things I did. But so I had this lamp sitting on the kitchen counter. My mom was washing dishes. It was in a mobile home, right? The kitchen counter and then the sink were directly connected, right? So I got the lamp up there, and the light bulb was bad, so I was changing light bulb. I was a kid, and I was like, I don't know, 6, 7 years old, maybe 8, I don't know. And I said, I wonder what would happen if I put my finger in the light socket. You know what my mom said? She said, do it. I am definitely my mother's son, my friend. She said, do it. Find out. Right in there. It gets worse, guys. It gets worse. Stuck it right in there, shocked the shit out of me. I pulled it out, and Mom was laughing at me. And I'm stupid though. I stuck it back in there a second time. My mother, this is what she said. She said, if you want to really feel it good, come over here and stick your hand in this dishwater and then do it. My mom was awesome, man. She was so awesome. Oh my god, that was great stuff. Looking back to those stupid ass times. Uh, 430 watts RMS. Yeah. I had 30 watts to my sub last time. Still got pretty. Yeah. This little, you guys can't see it. It's a Kenter. It's a little Kenter amplifier. So it's not. It's got 3 channels. So it's got a left and a right and a sub. It was like $30 or some shit. It's cheap as hell. I think it actually has a Bluetooth connection. Yeah, it does. That's everything you need. It's all in one package for like $30. But anyway, I had it running the sub in a barrel. You guys saw the blue barrel, right? The one I had the Sony Explode in there. I had this little guy running that. It was like 20 something watts was coming out of it. 2 amp. It had a 2 amp power supply. It was getting tiny amount of power coming out of it, and that had that barrel shaking the hell. It was getting down. And then I had it in here running the same barrel and the same set of speakers for my audio stuff. It's loud as shit in here. It dropped the bass, man. It's just boom, off of like 25 watts. It's the enclosure means a lot more than how much power you're sending it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hang on a minute. I'll pull it up. Let me go find it for you. Give me a second. There's a bunch of them, but I'm going to try to find the one that I'm using if I can. Because a lot of these things are garbage, okay? A lot of them are hot garbage. So I'm going to flip through here. Yeah, that's real. I'm close. We're close. That ain't it, though. That's not it. So give me a minute. I'm going to search. I'm going searching. Trying to hook a nigga up. I know it's not it's in my history, but it's so far back I wouldn't be able to find it. This may require some searching. But I'm diligent. Y'all just hang on. About that. What shit? What's wrong with you? My T button just got stuck and it typed a lot of T's. All of them. Oh, there it is right there. Okay, it's more than I thought it was. Not too much though. Hang on. This is the exact same one. So here we go. This is the amplifier right here that I got. It was cheaper. It's gone up. But this little guy right here is $44. And it comes with, that's why it's more. This one actually comes with a power supply. The one that I got didn't have the power supply with it. So this comes with everything. So yeah, it's a complete setup. This little dude right here. And it does 5.0 Bluetooth. It's 2.1 channels, hi-fi, class D, 30 watts per channel, and an 80 watt sub. And it'll actually do that power if you have enough power. And it comes with a power supply. It may not be enough to get that 80 watts out of it, but you're going to get a lot of power out of it. This is a cool little thing to do a whole lot with. Plus, you're getting the power supply, so you can do other stuff with that. That's very similar to that one I showed you, but I don't know if it's the same amount of output. Let's go down here and find out. I do know that the little amp is badass. I've literally got one that's I've put it on all sorts of stuff. So yeah, pretty cool little setup right here, the Kenter. But unfortunately, it is $45. It's more than I thought it was. That's because it comes with the amp. But it has a real good Bluetooth. It works extremely well. It's got RCA outs right here, or RCA ins. That's what you're seeing right there. So you can connect a car stereo to this, and it'll work off of that too. You got your little Bluetooth antenna. It's got the speakers, and it's also got a subwoofer output. Let me see if I can get a back picture of this. And maybe I'm lying about the subwoofer output. Oh, there it is. No? What the hell? Oh, yeah, yeah. It's okay. Hold on. Let me get closer look. It's down there on the bottom. So, all right. So these top two are speaker outputs. So you see how they're listed left and right, left and right. The bottom one is these two red ones up here are the subwoofer. So they're on the top and the bottom. It's hard to see in that picture, but it does have a 2.1. So jump back over. We're pushing 4 hours now, but I'm in the mood, so we're still going. Yeah, it's a solid little piece of kit, man. That little dude right there will do a whole lot of stuff. You could Bluetooth to it. You could run a car stereo to it. You could run a record player off of it as long as you ground the record player. It'll also handle MP3 players. You could plug MP3 a little card into it and run MP3s off of it. It's got a USB plug in the back to plug in a USB drive, a pen drive, and run shit off of it straight from that. And the USB drive in the back will also power a device. You can plug your phone into it and lay your phone on top of it, and it'll get charged while it's playing. It's all in one piece, man. It's a very cool little piece of kit. It really is. Yes, it is Bluetooth. Yes. Let's see here. Brother, no. Enjoy being a young idiot while you can, because that's where the best times happen, is when you're still too young and you think everything's coming. All the good times are coming. No. The good times are right now, where you're at now. What's coming sucks. All right. It's a lie. Don't believe the lie. Getting old just sucks. And the older you get, the more it sucks. It doesn't get better. It's the best it's ever going to be right now while you're 14, dude. This is the best time of your life. Don't rush through it. Enjoy it while you can. I appreciate you. I'm assuming that's from me. What was my first real system? Real. Real. That's a tough question, dude. It's not like I didn't start out at a time where car audio was available. I started out at a time where there was no real car audio. So real for me is a weird place. I mean, there wasn't a line where it became real, right? I was doing really weird shit at a time when car audio was just almost non-existent at all. You could buy a replacement stereo and you could buy replacement speakers for your car, but that was really it when I started. And even that was very, very thin. It was Walmart junk too. My first car stereo system, I was younger than this cat. Okay. I was probably 12 or 13. And my stepdad had bought a Subaru station wagon at a good price. He drove it for a while and he ended up getting another vehicle. He left that Subaru was broken. It had a problem. Nobody knew what the hell was wrong with it. It turned out to be a starter solenoid. That's beside the point. But I was out there in the yard and he'd give it to me. He said, you can have it. As soon as you turn 16, you can drive it. So for that 2 or 3 years, right, I went out there and I put a stereo that I had bought I traded from somebody. It was just a piece of shit radio. And I got a power booster that I had traded for somebody. It was a piece of shit Sparkomatic power booster, piece of junk. And I had a home speaker like from a stereo, back in the back of this thing. And I run my speaker wire, and I used a train, electric train controller. Okay, it puts out DC power, right? And it can adjust the voltage of that DC power with the speed knob, the speed handle on the train controller. So I wired that up to a battery that was deader than shit and bad, but it acted as a buffer. I wired that up to keep the battery charged, and that's how I powered the whole thing. And I would go out there. I had it set at 12 volts with the little potentiometer, and I'd sit out there in that car and listen to the radio, jamming out in it. That was my first, system, and that was in like 83, 84. And it just kept going from there. There was never a point to where, I didn't have a line. Like one day I put a big system in a car. It just kept going up and up and up from the time I first started messing with shit to, I was doing the same crap that this kid's doing. I was all up in that at his age and younger, actually. So, that's where I started. He's got a great future. If he stays down the road he's on now, he's going to be a boss whenever he's older. Well, I went on a tangent on that one, didn't I? Jensen. Oh, yeah. Let me go back. Okay, here we go. Make my own box. Hell yeah, boxes aren't hard to build. I got one over there, but I'd have to pull it off the shelf. But I built for a car stereo to fit in so I could have it, on a table. I do videos, in case you didn't realize I YouTube and stuff. So, yeah. That's awesome, bro. Long time. You better believe it is. What subs are you using at home, Joe? Joe. My buddy's son's name is Joe. He owns Carmel Car Audio. His son's name is Joe, so I always emphasize Joe. Walk in. What are you up to, Joe? Yeah, it's a thing, man. Let's see here. Jensen. Oh, Dubby loves you, brother. He loves the Jensens and the freaking Sony Explodes. That's the perfect for a low powered system. You don't want to have a real high powered sub because it's not going to really work very well. You want something that has a lower RMS power rating to run your small amplifier on it, and you're going to get better results. So that's probably a spot on perfect subwoofer for you right now. A Scarf 4-inch. That must be your mid. Okay. Gotcha. W said, what kind of box did you make? A sealed box. Solid. Good choice. Did you guys know that the ported box came before the sealed box? The sealed box was actually much later than the ported box. And then without Leo Fender, we wouldn't have bass right now. That's a trip. He invented the bass amplifier which is basically where the bass guitar and all the stuff that we do today need, you got to start out with the when it plugs into the thing. Yeah, he invented that. Leo Fender did. So you can thank Leo Fender for bass. And I mean that for real. That was his jam. Bro, no. Don't trip on that. Don't trip on that. Trust me. Yeah, Leo Fender. Yes. It's not about how it looks. By the way, if you tear a speaker, if you poke a hole in one or you tear the surround or something like that, a real easy way to fix that is get some of your mom's fingernail polish, preferably black. That way, or well, she don't have no black unless she's one of those kind of ladies. But yeah, just get some fingernail polish, whatever color, and just brush it on the tore spot. And if it's a bad tear, get a little tiny piece of toilet paper, right, and tear a little bit of that toilet paper off, just a little piece, and smoosh it into that fingernail polish, and then push a little bit more fingernail polish on top of that. and you can fix your Tor speaker. Let's see here. And fingernail polish is excellent for that doing that. It's really good. The kind of box that you make, seal box. Dubby. You're trying to get this man in trouble with a seal box. But yeah, you're going to start with one. Use toilet paper rolls and paper towel rolls to make ports with. You could also build a cardboard box. As long as you're not putting a lot of power on it. If it's nice, thick, solid cardboard, you can make a cardboard speaker enclosure. And you can experiment with stuff while you're doing it. Just get a nice sharp blade and make sure you got good solid cardboard. And a hot glue gun is a really good thing to have, because you can stick all kind of stuff together with that. Just experimenting stuff, not really stuff that you're going to put a lot of power on, just screwing around. That's what I'm talking about. No rattling or nothing. Just laughing at me because said he could just made a ported box, but I wanted sealed. Yeah, sealed is going to sound better. I mean, most of the time, it's going to sound better. It's also easier to get sounding right than a ported box, but a ported box is more efficient and it's going to get louder as long as you build it right. But it's not going to sound as good as a sealed box. You'll figure that out pretty quick. We got freaking tacos.
Crushing on these tacos, we by the fiesta. Guac on the side, man, you know it's the best. Lettuce and salsa, stack it high, make it pop. Crunch in my mouth, can't stop, won't drop. Scissor in, flavors cold and so sweet. After one taco, I'm in for a repeat. Bite after bite, got me dancing in my seat. Hitting up the taqueria, can't face defeat. Taco love in every single bite. Feeling good, every feast all night.
I love the taco thing. Thank you very much, my friend. VR30 said, thanks for your help. I ordered 3 of the alternator terminals. Have a great Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you very much for the tacos. My wife and I will very much appreciate those tacos. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, I've had good luck with them. They work really well. Let's see here. Mattel said I had a Sony tape deck with a CD charger, Infinity 693, Kappa 12, Urban Works 12 with a Radio Shack coil. I think maybe that was a typo. But you're much younger than me. See, that's all, like, pretty much none of that stuff existed. Sony did as a company, but they barely made anything car audio. They had a radio, I think, that age, maybe. Pioneer was the radio. If you wanted a good radio and you had the money to buy one, you went and bought a Pioneer Super Tuner. That came along in the mid-'80s, I think. But for the most part, it was just Jensen's and Walmart specials. All kind of really bad stuff. But it was mostly better than factory radios, but not really. It had more features. Factory radio was actually a better piece of equipment, and probably in most cases still is. But your factory radio probably had like an 8-track player, maybe, or maybe it didn't have anything but a radio, volume knob and a tone knob, a volume, and then a tone slide, and a tuning. That's it. If you wanted to play cassettes or something else, you had to put another stereo in there. So that's where the Pioneer Super Tuner became a thing, and it was a monster, just an absolute beast of a radio. Now I think Sony had something at that time too, but I can't remember. So yeah, there was very little car audio stuff when I was young, and there was no internet, of course. We barely had phones. I mean, we were on a party line. You had to pick up the phone and see if anybody was using it, And if somebody was on it, you hung it back up again and you waited and you check again. Or you'd say, hey, y'all about done? I need to make a phone call. And I'm not talking about people in the house. I'm talking about people that lived out in our community. We had one phone line that ran the whole thing. We all had different phone numbers, but we all used that same outgoing line. So if somebody in any of the houses was on the phone, you had to wait till they got off the phone to make a phone call, or you could just join the call. That's how our phone system worked. It was crazy stuff. Looking back on it, it was weird, right? That was your first nice system. It sounded like a pretty good system anyway. So I'm down with the sickness, brother. And ported is efficient, yes. What do I prefer? Well, I run a ported rig. You haven't seen my rig. You haven't. You're new. Hang on a second. Let me just. Okay, yeah. Well, screw it. I'll just do this. Watch this. Pay attention to this, Joe.
Yeah. Yeah.
So a port will definitely get the job done, but you need to know how to build it. I'm going to give you a tool here that will help you design a basic enclosure. Okay, because you need to learn to fish. I'm not going to throw a fish at you. I'm going to throw a fishing pole at you. Okay, so let's go over here. Now this website is called Subbox Pro. You need to look that up. Okay, this is free. You don't have to pay for anything. So what you do is when you click on this website, and I need to refresh it so that it's, well, it didn't. You click on it and it says build box now, but I'm not. Hang on. Let me get this thing to show up the way it does. I want to get this all out there. I want to get you confused. Okay, so you'll come to this right here. Click on this box right here. It says make a subwoofer design. It's going to pull this up. Now, just to build a basic enclosure, you don't really, to get in the ballpark, you don't have to know everything, but the more you know, the better. But all you need to know to start with, this tells you everything. Okay, this is your information area. This is your subwoofer area. This is your port area. So if you start out with your subwoofer, whatever size it is, and you put your size of your sub, I don't know, let's say you got an 8-inch sub, okay? And you need to know your cutout diameter. It's going to be like 7 inches, we'll say. I don't know exactly, but you'll have to look this stuff up about your subwoofer. All right, the mounting depth is how deep it is from the front of your subwoofer to the end of the magnet, as deep as it gets. So you put that in there, whatever that number is. And then you don't really need to do this, but we're going to do it anyway. If you don't know your woofer displacement, just put like 0.2 in there, and that's going to be pretty damn close. Don't worry about filling this out. That comes later. You can use this brand thing, but you probably won't find what you're using in there that'll get you the sub. But you can name it. Let's name it Okay, you can hit the calculate button. It's going to build something crazy because we haven't done everything else yet. Now we'll go over here to box. So let's say you know how tall or how wide or whatever you want to do it. Let's say you're going to build efficiently. So you want a 12-inch tall box. And let's see, your width is going to be 12 inches also. Now, let's make your width 24 inches. Okay. Now it's going to automatically calculate the depth. So now you need to know the internal volume. You need to know how much your speaker needs to work. Okay. That's the part that's tricky. You need to look that shit up to figure out what your internal volume should be. But on an 8-inch driver ported, man, I'm going way out into the weeds because I don't have this information in my head. Let's just say it's 1 cubic foot. That's going to be big. That'll be boomy. So we'll just put 1 cubic foot in a hypothetical scenario. Now, where do we want our sub at? We want it on, this is the sub. This is the box. Okay, we want our sub on the front panel. So you can select double or single. We want a single sub on the front panel. Okay, we can go ahead and calculate here if we want to now. And this will change the stuff a little bit. Now you see our port's all weird, right? So then you go to your port. And where do you want to put your port? Let's put the port on the front panel. We're going to make it a pipe because that's going to be pretty easy on the front panel. And let's say you want it tuned at 30 hertz. No, 35 is probably good. Say 35 hertz. Now your pipe is what you have to work with. If you have some sewer pipe, if you have some water pipe, like a drainage pipe under a sink, something like that you can use. These are all types of pipe. Anything that's pipe shape is going to work, though. It's best if it's fairly smooth on the inside, but yes. So let's just say we got a 2-inch ID pipe. The inner diameter is the important part. How big it is from inside to inside. So let's say it's 2 inches. We ain't going to worry about this. Now the pull-out part, that's how much you want it to come out of the box. We want that set at 0. All right, and then we hit calculate again. Now that we've got the sub and the box and the pipe all calculated, it actually gives you something that you can build. Now, I don't know that this internal volume is probably too big. I probably need to change that, but you can also have it show you where to put. And when you get done figuring all this out and getting the box, it will literally give you all the information you need down here. This right here. Now, this shows you the top and bottom sides and everything, but you can go to plan and it'll literally give you all the cutouts for the entire thing, every piece. Now, you don't have to follow these cutouts perfectly, but if you, as long as you get the dimensions of the inside of the box right, that's the important thing. How you layer them and stuff doesn't matter. Just the internal volume is going to be the important part. This is an easy way to design your first box. What you need to know is how much airspace you need for that sub, and preferably what tuning it likes. And then from that point on, you're golden. Now with a small sub like this, a 2-inch port and a pipe is probably going to be fine. But your port area is going to become an important thing too. So if you're running bigger or more subs, you're going to have to run a bigger pipe, or you're going to get air noise. You're going to get that noise like when you blow on a bottle. It's like when you hold a bottle in front of your mouth and blow across it, that whoom, you're going to get that out of the subwoofer pipe, out of the box pipe. So you need to know that. You need to know the area of the port, um, and and the airspace that the subwoofer needs. But you can get by with pretty much everything else just off the cuff, and you're going to get something that sounds okay. I still recommend, if you want a box that actually works, and you know you're limited, and you don't want to have to build 5 different things, which you will probably do in the future, but start out with a sealed box because it's going to sound great in your room. And it's going to get loud enough for your room, and you're going to get it right pretty much whatever you do. You're going to build. I had a 12 in a freaking blue barrel in here, and it sounded freaking amazing. So you can build a stupid, ridiculously big box, and it's still going to sound good. With a ported box, you've got a lot more stuff to manage to get it right. But building a sealed box is going to be easy. No matter, just about anything that you build is going to sound pretty good. The bigger you build the box, the lower the bass response will be. But you're also going to lose comb control at a certain point too. You'll have to manage your right hand and not crank it too much because, you know, you'll be slapping the coil against the freaking motor and yeah, that stuff, the back plate, and that's not good. So hopefully that information helps you at least to some degree. And I know everybody's in there throwing stuff at you, and that's great. My community is awesome. I have an awesome community of people that love to help people, and we especially love to help young people that are just getting into the game, that want to experiment and learn and not just go ask someone to do it for them. We're all about helping people that are trying to learn and better themselves and get into the hobby and really dig in and learn everything. That's golden for us guys. Golden. We love it. Let's see here. Ported for life, Dubby said. Yeah, ultimately you're going to wind up in a ported box scenario eventually, but for sound quality, a sealed box is always going to sound better. A ported box is going to get a lot louder and a lot windier and make your beard fly around. Blah punt. Oh, yeah. Oh, another trick, Joe. Put your subwoofer in the corner of your room. As close up in the corner as you can get. Preferably the opposite corner of the room that you like to sit in. You're going to get way more bass out of it up in the corner. Let me see here. I'm way behind. Said, and I was using my dad's drill to mount the sub. Standing up while doing that. Yeah, that can be sketch. You'll poke your first hole when you do that. Hot glue is awesome. Yes, hot glue is awesome. That's I wish that they didn't have hot glue when I was a kid, dude. You know, it was Elmer's glue or super glue, and that's about it. If you don't have hot glue, though, one of the things you can kind of replace it with is like silicone. You know, caulk kind of works like that. It's slow to dry, but, you know, if you got some, especially that clear silicone, that works really well. And it gets you stoned on top of that, so don't sniff it too much. You'll get all weird in your head. You'll be chasing chickens and goats and stuff like Dubby. Oh, hey. I'm just an old guy. Don't pay no attention to the shit I talk. I'm telling you, man, it's bad. Deadpool always talks about making chimichangas. Oh, yeah, bro. I'm going to do a new one. I'm going to do one with Taco. I've got some starting stuff. I haven't finished it yet. Should I break that shit? I should break it out. Hang on a second. Let's see. I'll check it out. I'll show you. So I got some starting videos like this one I created. I'm probably going to use this. That's Taco Stomping, right? So I got some more stuff too, but it's coming. You know, there's things in the work. I'm gonna do some pretty cool stuff. That's just the base video that I'm going to use for the thing. What are tacos? Tacos in this world means that someone donated money to my channel. And I refer to that as getting tacos because that's what I'm going to buy is some tacos. I'm all about some tacos, man. But Taco is also my kitten. I have a kitten named Taco. It looks just like the cat in that video I just played. Uh, exactly like him. He's trouble too. Well, they said don't use aeroports. The hell, W, you're crazy. You're a crazy person. As long as you make them big enough, they don't chuff. W's a hater. I use a slot aeroport. That's what I use. I've created an aeroport out of a slot port. EXO, Bruce is freaking awesome. Bruce is my dude, man. EXO, the guy you were talking about. I've got a whole lot of crap in here that's got his signature on it. Yeah, I've got to hang out with Bruce. Bruce has been in my car and got demos. Yeah, I've had him in my Tahoe. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. I remember him when he first started. Bruce is an awesome guy to listen to. Whatever he says, that's good stuff. He's Bruce is a lot like you. He started out doing stupid shit. In fact, the first subwoofer he ever played with was a Jensen. It was one of those blue little crappy Jensen speakers, Jensen subs. So yeah, Bruce is a cool guy, man. He's a real cool guy. He's came into his knowledge by getting his hands dirty, and shocking himself and cutting himself and doing all this stuff. That's how Bruce came up, and I have nothing but respect for that man. He's a good dude. W still hating on airports, I see. Yes, exactly. So that's something you're going to have to do is you're going to have to research your specific subwoofer, find it. You're going to have to look it up by pictures because it's probably old as shit. Look up the pictures and then dig and find the specs on it. That's something that you're going to have to do, but you need to know the basic specs, and this is a good chance for you to learn about specs. This is information that's going to carry you the rest of your car audio or audio career. So you need to put that information in your head. This is stuff that you need to build the scaffolding to put everything else on. Okay. So subwoofer specs are a thing that's going to become really important for the rest of the time you're messing with speakers. And that's on you. I do have some information on that. There's some videos. In fact, if you Google shit, you're very likely to come up with my videos because that's what I come up with when I Google anything. At the point where I go to looking for information and I find myself, that's when the problem starts happening because I put out so much information that now when I look for more information, all I find is me. And the AI finds me. It's hilarious. It is what it is, though, I guess. Deal. Who prefab? You're just a hater, man. He's a hater today, Dubby. All depends on what you're doing, bro. There are scenarios where prefab is fine. It's just they're usually tuned pretty high, and for big power, they're going to suck. But for low power, as long as you're okay with the high tuning, they're usually tuned in like in the 40s, which means that your low bass is just going to go. It's not going to happen. Your low bass is not going to happen at all on those. But let's see, I got to dig down, boy. Y'all are going back and forth. Ported won't have that chirp as much, but sealing it will make it work a lot more efficient at the same power as having a leaky box. True. You'll definitely be happy with a nice built ported box. Absolutely. That's 100% on point. I haven't found a good way to get bass in my MR2 yet. Work in progress. That's a little bitty car, right? Think about your console. If you have a console, which you probably do, consider that. And you can get a small sealed enclosure into a console. That's what I did in my Tahoe. Up front, I have a front subwoofer. And you can build it into the console and you can get quite a bit of bass in that like that. It ain't going to be window shaking, stuff like that. But if you want some good bass, a little small 8 or 10 inch driver and a small sealed enclosure inside your console will actually give you a lot of upfront bass. Just putting some ideas in your head. A lot of power and the right box and the right subs. Just watch this channel. That's where you're going. That it takes a lot. It's a lot of everything. And actually, you can get a lot of bass without a lot of power. But to get that crap where you're just really wrecking shit around you, that takes a lot of power. Yes, same answer. A lot of power, big subwoofers, big stuff, and a whole lot more stuff. It's like this entire channel exists on explaining that to you, and I've got content across the board that covers every aspect of it. But it's a deep, long subject. But you're going to be spending some money, even going budget. Like we talk about budget stuff here. This is what we discuss on here: is how to get the most out of your stuff, spend the least amount of money. That doesn't mean it's free. Shit gets expensive. You'll spend hundreds of dollars bare minimum on power wire alone. So just power wire. Shallow subs, yes. If you don't mind spending the money, look at the TW5 from JL Audio. That's the best shallow small airspace sub on the planet by far. No other sub gets close. The TW3 gets close, but it's also the same sub, just a little bit less power handling. You can put those in a chamber that the sub barely fits into, and they're going to play lows and nice. Cool, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I knock people's shit off their shelves in their house. Like, I don't drive through the neighborhood, like housing area. I don't drive through there bumping, because I literally cause things to fall off the shelves of people's houses, and I'm not going to cause that kind of destruction. I absolutely will drive through the business neighborhoods bumping. I have a bike shop. It's a bike shop that's real close to me, and they have lots and lots of tools on the shelf. And I say close; it's half a block away from me, probably, if you're thinking about city blocks. And they know when I'm playing, because all the tools in the back in their shop start shaking into each other all over the place. And it's inside of a concrete block building. So, yeah. I can definitely rattle your knickknacks off your freaking shelf for sure. App. Let's see here. Hell yeah, bro. Yeah, Basebox Pro is a great place to start. It's free and it works fine. I've used it. I still use it today to help me design stuff. It works great as long as you understand that there are some limitations, but like you can't do port velocity calculation. You kind of have to know how big your port should be to keep from having it chuff, But it does pretty much everything really well. Let's see here. No, I don't like MDF. It works as long as you keep it dry. As long as it's not in a place where it's ever going to get any moisture on it, sure. But it's also heavy, and the dust is really bad for you. So if you wear it, you need to cover your face with at least a cheap mask. Okay, if you're cutting it, get one of those like the doctors or whatever, the little blue paper ones with the little rubber band that goes. At least put that on your face, because the dust it's got glue in it, and that glue gets in your lungs. It's not good for you. Having said that, I always prefer plywood because plywood's lighter. It doesn't the water doesn't hurt it as quickly or as badly, and it does the job just fine. So MDF will work, but I would not say it's the best. It's probably going to be the least expensive, maybe. It kind of depends. Sometimes you can get nice pine plywood cheaper, which is what I usually use. Um, all right, cool, man. It will be up. This video will be up on my channel, so you can just go watch the live. It'll be listed as a video on my channel. If you're subscribed and everything, you can just look down through there and find it under the live section. They're all there. It'll be up for posterity, as all of my live shows are. W likes MDF, apparently. I don't like stuff that falls apart when it gets wet. MDF is like a sponge. It literally sucks the moisture out of everywhere. But as long as it stays dry, it's fine. It's just heavy. Got you, boss. Yeah. Yeah, for real. Especially MDF. Yes, paint it. Now, bed liner's good, but you don't want to get it out in the weather. I'm telling you. It don't matter what you cover the MDF with. If you get it out in the weather where the water's getting to it, the humidity's getting to it, it's going to come apart. Doesn't matter what you cover it with. It will get through. I promise you it will. I've seen it so many times. It don't matter how good you coat it, even just where you put the screws through to hold the subwoofers in, you'll get swelling around the screws because the water moisture gets into where those screws are. It's going to get wet, and it's going to soak up water. But it will work for inside. A bed liner, usually 24 hours. I like the stuff that you get at the gas station. Not at the gas station, but at the car repair place, the car shops. It's like $20. I think it's Raptor liner is what it's called. It's not the same as the real bed liner, but it does. That's what I got on my big sub over here and a lot of other stuff. It makes a nice covering. It goes on really nice, but it's $20 a can, and it sprays a lot out at one time. Actually, the stuff I'm talking about is at Menards. It comes in a real tall can, a giant turbo can, and it's like I said, it's like $20 for a can, and it comes out fast, like whoop, and you've painted that whole strip. It really puts out the stuff, but it does a great job of covering stuff. I really like using it. Fingernail polish repair. That takes me back. One of the seal box teams here. Oh yeah. Hey, have a good night, man. Yeah, fingernail polish is the jam. If you get some black fingernail polish, then you got the gold right there. You can fix all those paper cones real easy with that stuff. And fingernail polish and toilet paper. You got to take the toilet paper apart and just use one ply, one little piece. You know, and that gives it just enough structure to hold it if it's a big hole to make it work. But yeah, I've repaired so many speakers with fingernail polish. Awesome. Dubby got a scriber. Hell yeah, Dubby. I've subscribed to a lot of people that don't make videos just because I just think it's funny, actually. Horn enclosures. Oh, you're getting into the heavy duty stuff now. Fourth orders are a sealed box, sealed side, and a ported side. That's a whole lot trickier math, man. Fourth and sixth. But yeah, that's a whole lot trickier math, but it's cool to learn. Yeah, and horns are cool though, if you get them right. Again, the more stuff you add to it from sealed enclosure, everything you add adds one more layer of complication. And how it behaves with two, like on a sixth order, you got a ported chamber over here and a ported chamber over here and the speaker in the middle. How those two ports interact, that's a parallel sixth order. But how they interact with each other is a thing that you have to worry about. You can't just build two sealed boxes and put them together, or two ported boxes and put them together. It doesn't quite work that way. Those will actually interact. Though with the parallel sixth order, you can get away with a lot more because essentially the ports are separate. With a series sixth order, you got a port going into a chamber that's also got a port. That's a lot more complicated. That's how most of the big car audio builds are done. Is fourths and sixths. Let's see here. I want to do the whole inside of the car once I get one. What are we talking about? Sound vibration and dampening. Yeah, or damping. Wow, did you actually say that? You did. He said damping. And I read it as dampening, but he said damping. I'm so impressed. Correct word, man. That's awesome. Oh, just a lot more money. There's a lot of ways to dampen stuff. I talk about a lot of it on my videos. A lot. It isn't be all end all. The beautiful stuff that you see everyone use, that is not the only thing. There's anything that makes the metal not vibrate at the frequency you're trying to play it at is damping. Okay. You can literally put your hand on it. If you can stop it from vibrating, you are damping that metal. Whatever you do to it to make it stop vibrating at the frequency that you're playing is what you want. Butyl will work, but it's also can be pricey. If you want to stay cheap, the Amazon Basics stuff is what I use on a whole lot of stuff. I use the Amazon Basics damping material, and it's thin. You get sometimes you got to put 2 layers of it, but it's relatively inexpensive and does the job. Pinions, okay, we just covered that. Horns have big output. Yes, they do. Wanted the whole inside of the car. You're on the right path for SPL doing that. That's costly though. That's quite a bit of damping. But yeah, there's a whole lot of different things you can use, man. Tons. The horns have better output because they're very efficient. They turn all of the sound into sound and not any heat, or at least most of it. Everything makes some heat. Nothing is 100% efficient. The horns are very efficient, but again, that's something it's kind of the rocket science of car audio is horns. They get really deep in the weeds. But you learn how to build a good horn enclosure, your company is very thin in the world. There's very few people that have that skill set. Blocks away from indoors. I love it. Dude, that is the very best thing ever. Most important thing ever is what you just said right there. You're a hoot, kid. Yeah, silicone works good for sealing up boxes, not for holding them together, at least not with any power. For some little experimental cardboard thing that you're using, sure, but nothing big. Actually, though, you can use it to hold some stuff together, but I wouldn't recommend it. I've seen it used to hold port inserts into vehicles. Actually, kind of impressive that it held that, but he did have a couple of screws too. And Dubby says you'll learn quick that cars don't have that wall socket power. Yep, that's where the real build starts is at the alternator and the battery. Absolutely. You know what? I kind of believe the kid. I do. I believe you, man. I believe you. I think you've been digging in the right holes. You started out with EXO. You're digging the right holes, man. I believe you. I think you'll be good. Hell, I could hang out with you and talk all day. Uh, let's see here. Aloha. Aloha to you too, man. Uh, I just picked up two Sundown M10 dual voice cool 2s. What amp would I recommend? I have a couple in mind. Just want to know your opinion. What's the power rating on those? I do not have those in my brain. I'd have to look them up. Let me just look them up. Hang on a minute. Unfortunately, I do not have all the car audio stuff in my head. That's a problem. M10? Probably. Not a tremendous amount of power. Let's see what I can find here. Okay. There's some nasty looking little subs, that's for sure. 2,000 watts, that's probably their peak. Let me find out. I've already got some ideas though. I'm doing the digging. Okay, 2,000 watts RMS. Yeah. Yeah, I'd put an 8K on both of them. So, show you what I'd recommend. Just a second. We wait on the thing to the website is doing slow stuff. Let's stop that and do it again. Let's go this route. We are slow. The stream is killing my rate. I recommend the Slaps 8K. Slaps Shock 8K. That's what I recommend on those two. That's the same power rating that I'm looking at for my 15s. So I'll show it to you if the thing ever works. Again, I'm bogging my internet with the stream right now, so it's a little bit sketch. Here we go. So head over to Slaps Audio, and this guy right here would be my recommendation. You will love this amplifier at $349. It's stupid cheap in the 8,000 watt department. It is a really, really nice, well-built amp, and it will do the job for you, no problem. And the reason, what I'm figuring is your box rise. So you're probably wiring to 1 ohm, I'm guessing. And in that case, let me get back to you, show you. In that case, you're looking at 8,000 watts at 1 ohm. But with your box rise coming up to probably 3 ohms or more, you'll be getting around 4,000 to 5,000 watts out of this amp at that high box rise. And that'll be right on point for where your subs need their power. So I think this will do for you real nicely. If you grab that particular amplifier, use discount code CAE and save money on the purchase. It's always good to save money when you buy stuff. So you're going to save even more money than you would if you, even though it's already an inexpensive, you're going to save even more money on top of that. That's my recommendation. Yeah. Absolutely correct, Debbie. Or the wiring, for real. I've lost context on the conversation because there's so much conversation happening. It's all about how much power you're pulling. If on a 5K, that's 500 amps. I would want to run at least 2 runs of zero gauge to run 500 amps. And then I'd probably run, me personally, I'd probably run 300 amp fuses on that run, those two runs of alt gauge for that amplifier. Yes, W's answering the questions. Aeroport, but I'm seeing that a slot is better. Not exactly. W's a slot port guy, and I use a slot port because that's what I have room for. I don't have room for an Aeroport with the 415s, and that, well, I had to run a slot port. I actually wanted to run Aeroports, but I didn't have the room for one, so I had to run a slot. Slot does get the job done, but an Aeroport is typically going to allow you to run run a smaller area without getting noise. That's what they're for. If you don't run an Aeroport, you have to increase your area a little bit so that you're not getting too high of a port velocity. An Aeroport can allow you to have higher port velocity with less noise, but it's the best port. W's being an idiot, which is fine because we love him anyway. He probably had bad experiences with them, had too small of ports, and they probably made noise, which that's the case for any port. But an Aeroport is ambiguously the best to use if you have the room for it, because it is a round thing. It has to go in your space that you're trying to put lots of round things in. So a slot port tends to be easier to fit in those spaces. So it works. But you do want to create a nice round surface for your air to be able to move in and out of your slot port so that you're not creating turbulence. Turbulence is the enemy when it comes to ports. That's why Aeroports are the best, because they don't create as much turbulence. They have a nice smooth laminar flow of air. But if you make it too small, it will make noise. And of course, if you make a slot port too small, it will also make noise. So, yeah. Depends on your situation. It's situational. I'm fucking with W, y'all. Keep that in mind. I'm stirring shit up with the master of the explode. No one is my base. No one in my class likes this. Hey man, they're all into phones on their games on their phone and stuff. That's cool. You do what you do. Don't ever worry about doing somebody else. It's like girls, man. What do you do to make a girl like you? Be yourself. You don't want a girl that likes you for doing something that's not you, because that's not going to be comfortable. You're never going to be happy. Find a girl that likes you because you're an idiot. That's the best kind. I mean, you find that, dude, and you've got the perfect girl. Let's see here. Oh, we are going to have to shut. Oh, yeah. W. Man, you got so much questions. Who else likes clipping? Clipping is bad, but it depends on what you're clipping. If you're clipping your amp, that's bad. If you're clipping your source, it's not the same thing. I mean, yeah. I mean, I was doing this the other day. I explained to my friend, it's like, look, I'll play a clip signal for you on my sub all day long. I just pull up Audacity. I'll show you guys. Hold on a second. Let me do this. Let me do this real quick. I'm going to just do it. I'm going to do it. We're going to do a new window. I'm going to put it over here. Put it over here. Okay. Now let's do this. We're going to do some more stupid stuff with Audacity. How about that? So let's go in here to tracks. We're going to do this a bunch of ways. Let's generate a regular sine wave first. Okay. I'm going to make it in a high enough frequency that you guys will be able to maybe hear it. So we're going to do it at 36 hertz. Okay. There's our frequency. And we should have audio over there. Everything should be good. We play that. That's just 36 hertz straight. Now watch what I do. I'm going to take this and I'm going to highlight it, make sure it's highlighted. I'm going to hit effect. And whoops, I'm going to do it again because I screwed up. Effect, volume and compression, amplify. And we're going to amplify the snot out of it. And look what happens. Let me zoom in here. I want y'all to see this. This is a very extremely clipped signal. Okay, let's play it. Hear the difference in how that sounds? But the subwoofer doesn't care. It'll play that all day long. That's because I'm clipping the signal going into the amp, not clipping the amp. You're not going to generate that problem with clipping the signal. If you look at what an electric guitar frequency sounds like, when it's distorted, it looks just like this. It has that buzzy sound in it. That's where you get that rock and roll sound. It's the same damn signal. It will still work. This is horribly clipped. This is, I mean, as clipped as it gets. All right. But I want to show you something else. Let's try this trick. So I'm going to take this really horribly clipped signal, right? And I'm going to go in here to effect, and I'm going to do a low pass filter. Or excuse me, I'm going to do a high pass filter. Let's go into effect, and I'm going to do a high pass filter. And yeah, 90 hertz is fine. We'll apply that. Now what happens? What's this sound like? Well, you can't hear much of anything. So whatever's going on there is below 90 hertz, although there is a hum that you guys can't hear. It's got a low frequency hum. But look at the signal. If we back up here where you can see more, let's look at the signal closer from a distance, actually. You see there's still a signal here. I was thinking it was going to do something different, but it doesn't work that way in Audacity, unfortunately. It didn't do what I expected it to do in Audacity. What I was doing was I was going to try to filter out the low frequency and keep the clip sound, but it didn't work in Audacity. It would work in a different way, though. Dubby, for you guys, it's the middle of the day. Traders, Miz, yes, Dubby's giving good advice. Awesome advice. Jeez, I got to catch up to you. Do you recommend a horn sub over a ported slot? Yeah, if you can build one. Do you recommend, what is the trick in the game? I don't know. Infinite baffle. Oh yeah, we're getting into the cool stuff. You can put a sub on a piece of plywood, put it in your window. Got an infinite baffle. That's crazy shit, but you don't want to let the rain get to it, obviously. What did I say that was very important? I put it up. The fact that you like to build stuff with your hands and learn to build with your hands and do it. Make mistakes. Dig into it. That's the important thing. That's more important than anything else in this whole conversation. Let's see here. Burn the midnight oil. I am burning the 1:23 in the morning oil. But you know, this is what we do. I told you guys, if you ask questions, I'll stay on. Everybody needs 8K. I'm actually running 2 of those. So, yeah, about that. I need 16K. And by the way, guys, you know the thing you've always heard where if you double the power, you gain 3 dB? What I did in my shit, it exactly stacked up that way. Doubling my power from 8K to 16K gained me right at 3 dB. Actually, it was about 4, but I also changed out subs and I worked on my port. So, you know, but yeah, that makes that difference. It pretty much held true for me anyway. Well, that kid in your class probably carries an iPhone. Yeah. Freaking iPhone kids. Probably has a football helmet he has to put on when he goes to bed, too. And bro, get used to that. That's kind of a thing. Uh, just let her watch you stick your finger in a light socket. That's always fun. Uh, oh, no, and that's not going to be a thing, dude. That's why you eventually get your own house. And then you can vibrate the walls all you want to. Yep. Yep. For real, bro. The brace break CDs. Hell yeah, man. Joe ain't no joke. He ain't playing, dude. He's serious. I'm slowly catching up. That's the truth right there. You find a patient wife one day that tolerates you though, you're jamming then, baby. There you go. Why not 8K? Joe, he was just being silly. Three 15s. Three is a number. Odd numbers of subs are something we don't really do a lot of because it screws with your ohm load. You know, you typically want to have 1 ohm, and when you do three, the best you're going to get is like 1.33 ohms. So you're not going to be able to get as much power, and it's just kind of weird. Most of us base heads stick to even numbers of subs, just so you know. That's kind of a thing. Let's see here. Put loads of alternators. Yeah, for real, man. Look, Mom, I spent $300 on your credit card, and I am number 2. Oh, come on, man. Go build some shit. Go get dirty. Break a leg or something. Step on some nails. I mean, climb a damn tree. Fall out of it. Be a kid. Jump a bicycle over your friends. It's a good way to find a girlfriend. The girl that stays there and lets you jump your bike over, she's a keeper. She's hardcore, man. Wow. Okay. Can't. It's in my daily. Yep, you can do that too. You've been really paying attention. This kid's been reading up. He's learning. He's absorbing. He's talking about 6-pound foam on the door panels. Little bro, when you start actually doing that stuff, you find out that it's a lot harder than it is on video. But I'm glad you're doing your homework. That shows your interest. That's cool stuff. Infinite baffle. Okay. Infinite baffle, basically, and your mom will absolutely hate this. You think she thinks the bass is bad now? She will definitely not like the infinite baffle idea. But you just cut a piece of plywood that fits in your window, open your window up, make it fit to where it seals up in your window, cut a speaker hole in it, put the sub in that hole, hook it up. The whole house basically turns into a speaker box. It plays lows really, really well. It will shake and open and close every door in your house. And the windows, I mean, your mom will freak the hell out. I promise you. She will completely lose her rabbit ass mind in about a hot second if you do this. So she can't be at home when you do it, or it's going to be screaming city. But yes, that's a really cool thing. Let's see here. Sun. What will power about 10,000 watts RMS for a battery? The Trunk Thunder Lithium 10K, any of them will do that, no problem. But whether or not they're available, because he's having a hard time keeping this stuff in stock. Um, I can tell you that if you really want to power that much, you're going to spend upwards of $800 to $1,000 for the battery. Okay, understand that. No matter how you do it, you're going to be in that ballpark, unless you're going with some CMAX packs. But CMAX is sketch, and I'm not a big fan of CMAX. There is a CMAX bank out there right now on Jag 35 that's like $300. It's 120 amp hours. It looks like a pretty cool pack. You can get it. You pay a little extra more for the Heltec balancer, and it looks like a good battery, but it is CMAX, and so I don't really recommend it for anybody because it's dangerous. That stuff is not stable. Um, I hate recommending CMAX to anybody because of that. So, trunked onto lithium would be my choice right off the bat. Um, or Big Jeff lithium, the Big Jeff batteries, but you're probably going to need like 3 of them to run that much power. I personally rate those for like 3,000, 3,500 watts each. They're rated for 6,000 watts each, but I rate them for about half of that, a little more than half of that, what they actually will do. 3 of them would handle 10,000 watts though. And the discount code CAE will knock some money off of it. We already saw that. I showed you guys earlier. But if you want to, you could go the route of getting the 5K from Trunked Under Lithium. I think those are in stock. And one 5K would not quite be able to handle 10,000 watts. They're good for about 8. So you still need to buy 2 of them. Might be a better price though. Yeah, it probably would be cheaper to do that than to buy 3 Big Jeff batteries. So if you can get 2 of the 5Ks or 1 of the 10Ks, that would be solid. Charging's limited to 14 volts. That's fine for the Trunked Under batteries or the Big Jeff battery. That's totally fine. As long as you're charging over like 13.3 or 13.4, you're fine. That is a very interesting observation you made, Joe. Why spend a hell of money on a nice car when you can't see it when you're asleep? That's deep, man. That is so deep. This kid's deep. I like it. Well, you see them when you're on your bed, but not when you're asleep. See, what you don't know is by the time you get to where you can drive, you're going to be in your car all the damn time. All the time. Because you're going to be in your car to go to work, in your car to leave work, go to school, leave school. And anytime you go anywhere, which is all the time that you're not working or at school, you'll be in your car. You'll be in that sucker. You're going to live in that car for a long time. There'll be times when you don't even see your bed, but you'll definitely see your car. Your car becomes your new bed later on. That's the way that works. Uh, that can work. In fact, some companies have done it. If it's done right, it can work. Having the port further away from your subs tends to give you better low end response, but having the port fire right with your sub tends to give you a better group response. So it sounds a little tighter when you have the port and the sub as close as possible or firing together like that. The sub will sound a little tighter, quicker bass response, better for metal, stuff like that with fast bass. The port being on the opposite side, as far away from the sub as possible, is going to give you a little bit more low end response, a little deeper bass. But it's just a matter of what you want to do and how you want it to sound. So yeah, it's totally doable to do that. To have it firing straight across the front of it, sure. That's been done quite a bit. I'm I mean, you want an example of it? Look at most of the Series 6 orders. You know, the port's coming out of the back of the vehicle, and that port has to send energy to the front straight across all them subwoofers. Just don't get a homeowner association. I hope that's what you said. Or a hoe. I don't know whether you're talking about a hoe or a home. Oh, it's a homeowner association. Yeah. I recognize it. Yeah. Yeah, they'll rant. Screw them people. Subsided amps and boxes. I don't use a head unit. I use a tablet connected straight to my DSP. But if you want a good head unit, I usually push everybody towards the Kenwood Exelon. Any of that line. I like all of the Kenwood Exelon line. They're great stereos. That's what I would go straight first. If you want a basic big old screen or whatever, you know, normal standard issue screen stereo, I go that direction. And there's a lot of good stuff out there. I just have a preference to their software, their construction, everything about them. They're solid. They do a good job. And I'm very specific when I say the Kenwood Exelons, not just the Kenwoods, but the Exelons. The Exelon has a lot better components in it. They'll handle all the nasty things. Or you can do what I do and just run a tablet and Bluetooth it to your DSP, and you don't have to have a stereo at all. Yes, sir. I mean, it hurt my own ears. Yeah. You wouldn't want to demo with my shit. Lev 60 cells. Yeah, that's the ones I was talking about. I ain't a fan. We got more tacos, baby.
Crushing on these tacos, we buy the fiesta. Guac on the side, man, you know it's the best. Lettuce and salsa, stack it high, make it pop. Crunch in my mouth, can't stop, won't drop. Slimmers in, flavors cold and so sweet. After one taco, I'm in for a repeat. Bite after bite, got me dancing in my seat. Hitting up the taqueria, can't face defeat. Taco love in every single bite. Feeling good, every feast all night.
Y'all are cracking me up. I love it. Thank you very much, man. Tacos, courtesy of Emmett Bishop 4783. Thank you. Head units, isn't that important? That's not correct. You're wrong. Head units are important. Your source is important. It doesn't necessarily got to be a head unit, but your source is very important. If you're sending a dirty signal out to your amplifiers and your subs, no matter what kind of awesome equipment you have or what kind of build you have, if you're sending it garbage, you're going to amplify garbage. Head unit or your source is very important. Extremely important. In fact, it's probably the most important thing in the whole car audio system is the source of the music, because everything else depends on that. Number two is the electrical, being able to keep up with all that stuff that you're going to do. Then the box. Yeah, got to have a source. That's the thing. Not a head unit, but a source. Rebased creators. I create my own music. So, I mean, if you want to listen to rebase stuff, DJ Dirty Bass is a good source. Hook him up. No big deal. But I have a whole lot of music that I am creating that is rebase style music. It's not rebased because I am creating it in that way. Start with. And I am on every streaming service. Just look up on any streaming service you have, Car Audio Enthusiast with the S at the end, all together, all one word, and you'll find me on whatever streaming service you use. That said, let's see here. Oh, okay, we'll do this. We'll do this. There we go. We'll do this. We're going to do it this way. Boom. Boom. Here's one of my tracks.
Slow, feel the windshield shaking. Am still cool, ain't cooking no bacon. Rear view drop, windshield crack. Drop top down, straight bass tag. Lights still red, they still beating. People all around, faces are heating. Light turn green, bass keep slapping. Roll out, clean like boom, and me rolling like bump, bump, bump. Like a hammer in a trunk, trunk, trunk. Keep dropping that funk, funk, funk. Other boy like put him on the glass, turn the knob to the right and then bump, bump, bump. Like a hammer in a trunk, trunk, trunk. Keep dropping that funk, funk, funk. And we just keep rolling, just keep rolling. Drop top down, still feel pressure. Heartbeat sync with every measure. Don't move slow, air get heavy. Time stretch out, bass stay steady. Eyes go blur, got no focus. Driving is light, hocus pocus. Feel it first and hear it later. Then the beat goes boom and we rolling like bump, bump, bump. Like a hammer in the trunk, trunk, trunk. Keep dropping that funk, funk, funk. Other boy like put him on the glass, turn the knob to the right and then bump, bump, bump. Like a hammer in the trunk, trunk, trunk. Keep dropping that funk, funk, funk. And we just keep rolling like bump, bump. Like a hammer in the trunk, trunk, trunk. Keep dropping that funk, funk, funk. Other boy like put him on the glass, turn the knob to the right and then bump, bump, bump. Like a hammer in the trunk, trunk, trunk. Keep dropping that funk, funk, funk. And we just keep rolling, just keep rolling. Pull up slow, whole block feel it. Woofers talk when the lows get spit. Panels flex, control that line. Bass hit hard, been space and time. Heads on nod, good vibration. Rear view mirror, on vacation. Rig the scale at our location. Then the beat go boom and we go bump, bump, bump. Like a hammer in the trunk.
It don't need to be rebased. It drops hard right off the bat.
All the boys like put him on the glass, turn the knob to the right and then bump, bump, bump. Like a hammer in the trunk, trunk, trunk. Keep dropping that funk, funk, funk. And we just keep rolling, just keep rolling. Keep rolling.
Yes. All of my tracks start out as AI music, yes. But I completely deconstruct them and reconstruct them. I essentially create the AI music. I write all the lyrics, feed it the right stuff, feed it the right background music, pull what I want out of it, then I deconstruct it and reconstruct the bass line and all the stuff to it. And then I master the track, I mix it down, and then I master it, and then I release it. So there's a lot that goes into it. Basically, I'm replacing the band with an AI band, but then I have to do all the stuff before the band plays and after the band plays to release it. It's not just releasing the straight AI track because they suck. You got to do a lot of work on them to get them right. So finally, we're down to the end. You guys have finally caught up, or I'm finally caught up. Whew, that was long. Yes, it's a very lot of work. It's a lot of work to get the stuff done. It'll be up. It's not up yet, Beast. That song and a couple more that I played tonight is not live yet, but it will be up within a few days. So just look up any streaming service out there, and you'll find me on the streaming service. Car Audio Enthusiast, all one word with an S at the end, and you'll find me. I'm not sure. Let me see here. Hang on a second. Let me dig in here. See if I have it pulled up and ready. I don't think I do. No, I don't have it pulled up and ready. I don't have Amazon Music up on there, but it's on all the streaming services. These songs are not. But yeah, it's intense, man. What did my mom think about loud music? Dude, I'm gonna tell you, my mom was one of those people that she couldn't like she slept in dead silence, right? At night. She anything making any kind of noise would stir her. She liked absolute dead quiet all the time at night. And I was a nocturnal person, so I'm always up. I could get up and tiptoe to the kitchen to get a sandwich and wake her ass up. And I mean, I'd be so unquiet that if you were sitting in the kitchen, you probably wouldn't hear me in the kitchen. But she would hear me and come in there. You know, I woke her up. So yeah, that was kind of a thing. What I ended up doing is I had this buddy that had a porch, right? And they were going to tear this porch off this house, or off this mobile home, what it was. They were going to take the porch off. And I said, hey man, can I have that? Really? Yeah, a whole porch, right? So I got another friend that had a truck, and I got him reloaded all the stuff in there. I took it to the house. I rebuilt the porch, and I built an extra wall on it, and I made myself an outside room outside the house. Now, I still couldn't get loud in there, but at least I could, you know, mess around without waking her up. So I built the house behind our house. That's what I did. I mean, I can see you totally doing that because you got that kind of brain, but, you know, that's it, man. DD Audio, again, I'm not a brand person. They make some fine stuff, though, for mid-ranges. Sure. I'm not going to dump on them. If I was just going to recommend broadly a brand for mid-ranges, I'd look at JBL. I like JBL's high-end, you know, their tweeter mid combos and their tweeter woofer combos. I like them. They're good. They're good stuff. But yeah, it is what it is. Build your own house, man. That's how you do it. But for tonight, guys, I need to go eat because I'm getting all dizzy, and I've been dizzy for a while, which means I ain't ate nothing today, which I haven't eaten nothing today. And my body's like, you know what? You need to eat something. I'm going to knock you the fuck out. So I'm going to get something to eat. And for now, we're going to get the duck out of here, you guys. Have a nice night. Peace.
Yeah. Yeah. Out here banging up and down the street, slamming it to the ground. Big subwoofers are getting loud. You can feel the booming sound. Getting ready to go. Got it shined up for the show. Hours charging, amps are amping, gonna let the woofers blow. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. And another one goes, and another one goes, and another one bites the dust. We got more at home. Another one bites the dust. Wires are glowing and the amps smoking. Subs are cherry red. Let me keep jamming, gotta keep the bass slamming. Gonna go hard till they're dead. Full power, gotta let it go. 20 hertz in the floating air. Sparks are flying, voice cords are frying, and the smoke is in the air. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. And another one goes, and another one goes, and another one bites the dust. Hey, we got more at home. Another one bites the dust.